For hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where Hims comes in. Through Hims, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day, and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
The backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the.
Every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced with another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick are here.
Hi.
After a great night of sleep for John
Yeah,
Bishop.
it was wonderful. Best night of sleep ever.
How many hours do you think you're rolling on, John, during hoop season on
You
average?
were already awake.
I don't know about on average.
You were already tweeting by the time that I was fully, up and at 'em today.
God,
So-
I was afraid where you were going when you were saying I was fully.
John, I thought the same thing.
Really?
I was thinking there was going to be an E word that came up soon thereafter.
No, up, out of bed and ready to go for the day.
And usually that's the time when it's at its peak.
That's when you're tweeting the most.
Yes.
No correlation.
Yeah, I was up at what time was I up? Well, 7:30.
Oh, okay. Well, that would have been about the same time. So you just wake up and fired off a couple tweets.
What did John say? I missed
I don't know.
this.
I felt like I saw John tweet right when I was out of bed this morning.
I don't remember.
Interesting.
I don't remember what I did. I'm sure it was something about, I kept getting stuff, and then I made the mistake of searching out Jack Mitchell's Twitter because I was curious what Mr. Passive Aggressive was going to say about trying to downplay the win.
Did he have any comment?
No, the only comment he had was that last night, and he's accurate. I'm not saying he was wrong, but last night was a night where it would be acceptable to cheer. You don't have to cheer for Creighton because it had no impact on Nebraska. Either result would have had no impact on Nebraska. So he was basically giving the Husker fan base permission to go against Creighton again. And
Jack is he's got his own thing going on in his head, man.
He does.
There's just a lot.
And so then I tweeted at him, narrator, they did not lose.
They did not lose.
The first tweet that I see from John that is not a response, because I'm just on his main Twitter page. Well, first of all, he retweeted Indomitian Sue about tipping this morning.
Oh, that was the first thing I saw. I was like, this is going to be a good day.
And then John tweeted at 7:56 a.m., everything is cooler in slow motion as he celebrates the Vandals rushing the floor.
Oh, come on, Josh.
No.
We've got everything going on right now.
I am pro court storming. I love it. John, for years has said it's the worst dregs of society that rush the court.
What? It's just
no, this is not good.
Send
this
him to
is
prison.
Really not good.
John's words, not mine.
I saw Curtis Shore, who's one of our great social media people.
He got crushed.
He got crushed, and his glasses got mangled.
Oh, no.
No, he didn't get crushed. He flopped.
Wow.
Indicates Caitlin Clark.
There is no way he could have flopped last night. There was no room to flop.
Oh, so when it's one of your guys, it's not flopping.
Nick, why are you so loud right now?
I don't know.
It's a great, geez.
Good question.
I can't control the sound of my voice.
I love Lamp.
We just got a hilarious email that's a callback to something we won't talk about on the show, but John writes, again, the app worked for Gary and Nick and for you guys, but not for Connor. What are they doing? We actually found out why they're having the issues.
Yes.
So we're going to fix it, John.
We're going to fix it for
Yeah.
you. It's going to require, us to probably take your producer out behind the woodshed, but
yeah,
we'll get it.
Tough luck. I usually defend Josh, but this is a tough
He's had
luck.
a couple tough gaffes.
Yeah. This one is strange. I'm confused how this even happened.
I don't know how it
this
happened
isn't
either.
a gaff. It's just it's a technicality.
Yeah, but John, we're going to fix it. It's going to be fixed.
Yeah.
It's going to be fixed.
Yeah.
It was hidden in there. The clue is inside of the computer. It was in there.
In the computer.
It was in the computer.
With a club stick.
With a club stick.
Ben writes, that's 2 days in a row talking about erections. One more is a streak, gentlemen. # Guy Talk Radio.
We'll get on it.
All right. Well,
all
we'll
right.
get up to it.
Heyo.
Nice.
Hello. Thank
Hello.
you, Gary.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
We'll make sure to talk about. Can we say? Say the B word?
Bitch?
No.
Oh.
The B word has. Can we say?
Absolutely.
we say-
Merkel's boner.
Yeah.
Absolutely. One of the most famous plays in
There's a
baseball
Wikipedia
history.
page for it.
Yeah, Merkel's boner.
I remember this
Helped
conversation.
The Cubs win the 1908 pennant, and what was until 2016, the year of our Lord, the last World Series. Merkel's boner.
It has been described as the most controversial game in baseball history. Wow. Most controversial game in baseball history.
Can we say it in relation to
Peter North?
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
sure Peter North is, had a boner or two.
Just a bad mistake.
Like I did the other night when I
what'd
told
you do?
when I told
when
the
you
wife,
said your wife's food was
when I said, it's not bad. When I was she asked
John's
about how I
boner.
got a pizza. That was my boner.
That was a big boner.
Yeah,
huge boner.
That was the boner that I had for my wife. I did. I admit it. I admit the
John's
mistake.
boner.
I admit the mistake.
Thank you, Nick.
Good
I was just
job.
about to ask.
That-
can
no
you give us-
Wikipedia page
I
for
was
this.
looking for it.
Yeah.
We don't need a Wikipedia.
Yeah, there's not a
page.
There's not a need.
Dumb
for a
debates.
Wikipedia.
What's your biggest boner in the last year? We should add.
For Josh, it's not understanding how next gen.
So now
works.
I want to tweet from @USC1620. What's your biggest boner from the last year? But knowing how Twitter works these days, don't know if we want that.
Oh
Yeah,
no, it's
dude,
fine.
fuck.
Elon's in control now.
Nobody click on any link.
Pre-Elon
There will be a
Twitter, I'd be
community.
worried. Current Elon Twitter, I think you're okay.
be some community notes on there. I think.
Yes, the new my new favorite thing for the bots, and because I saw this in response to one of John's tweets, is what do they say now? It's something in bio,
Yeah, I don't
but they
think we
do it
can
like
say
all
that
the
word.
Link in bio.
yeah, it's basically link in bio.
The P word in bio.
That's what it is. Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Yes.
But it has like little
And the little
emojis in
spaces.
between.
Yeah.
It makes me laugh every time.
There's
It
so
says-
many of them.
Yeah, it says, "Would you like to see my meow?" And,
Yeah.
Josh is a cat.
Yes, jumping from tree nimbly.
Would you like to see my cat?
John? Sadly, John has.
And I'm like, you know what? I have my own cat. I'm good.
You know, we have been critical of Nick for always picking movies that he has seen before in the movie club, but I think that it is time that I pick Super Troopers so John can watch Super Troopers because
Yeah, John.
when
this
I
is a
think
ridiculous.
when I think of
this
John's,
is John's bonus.
How you feeling, Mac?
when I think of John and his sense of humor and movies that I know will just tickle him to death, Super Troopers fits all of the John sensibilities of humor. Plus, there are boobs in it. It is the perfect John movie.
It's true.
And he hasn't seen it. So I can't even make the reference that I tweeted about earlier because it would
He
go
doesn't
over
get
his head. Yeah, indeed.
I feel like I'm freaking out, man.
Tom writes, bring back the draft, you cowards. # biggest. We could.
Ooh,
That'd be a
that's
great
big one.
draft.
Your biggest boner?
Yep. What's your biggest boner? Trying to think of what mine would be.
Boner.
Having to shave off your beard.
That was tough. Losing to Nick in predictions again.
You've done that a few times.
Can I suggest what your biggest boner was?
No.
Boner.
But you're right.
Are you sure? You know what I'm thinking?
Oh, I know what you're thinking.
We all know what you're thinking.
We're
Okay.
all there.
All right.
We're all
Yeah.
there.
All right.
Hey, you know what,
Cool.
John? You live and
Boner.
learn, though, right?
You do. You live and
And
learn.
because of that boner,
I
that boner led you down this path.
There we go.
A
I'm on
different.
a different one. That's
So
true.
technically, was it a good boner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great question, Nick.
Boner.
Okay, that works. That
Yeah.
works.
Mm.
Oh, look, Mason Miller just made it 3. Whee!
Ah, Jordan. Whoa, we could say boner, but not the P word. What happened to equality?
No,
That's true.
we're not talking about
Women's
that
rights.
kind of B word.
Yeah, geez, get out of
Yeah.
get the head out of the gutter there, Jordan.
Yeah,
wrong
what's
with you?
on? What's
It's like the
wrong with
scene
you?
from Vegas Vacation where the guy says "damn" a whole lot, and then Cousin Eddie says, "Where can I get some damn bait?" Anyone
What a
get
great
that?
joke that was.
Great joke.
That was a
Great
joke.
movie.
I do love Vegas Vacation. That was a good movie.
I am a huge fan of.
I'm
that
in on
movie.
Vegas Vacation.
I've never seen that one.
I rank
Oh,
it.
Nick,
No,
you should watch it.
I've only
Ooh.
watched Vacation.
it's time to bring up a controversial take. One may call it a B word.
Boner.
It's one of them for me.
Wait, what?
I am not a fan of Christmas Vacation.
Whoa! Happer's
So I would
boner.
have Vegas Vacation
Boner.
as the number 2 vacation
No.
movie of the 4, with, of course,
No.
European Vacation being by far the worst.
I haven't even
Yeah.
seen the whole movie.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not good.
We should do
Why
that for
don't
Movie
you
Club.
like Christmas Vacation?
I don't know. I just think it's not it doesn't feel like a vacation movie. They're not taking
Why?
a vacation.
Because there's no boobs.
They're staying at home. It's not a vacation, John.
It's a
Well, no, but the
staycation.
vacation,
It's a
but the
staycation.
vacation is everyone coming
They
to them.
call
like
it Christmas
cousin-
staycation.
No,
then.
But the vacation is everyone coming to them, like Cousin Eddie and all the
Yeah,
relatives
literally,
coming
more
to
people
them.
are at the house that
But
are
the
on
Griswolds,
vacation.
I don't think Clark
Yes.
ever leaves the house.
What do you mean? They
And
go
he
to the
gets stuck in
mall.
the attic that one
They
time.
go to the
He
mall.
watches the films and he cries.
Can't see the line, can you, Russ? Nope. They go get the tree. The movie begins with them away from Chicago in
That's
some
true.
weird mountainous region of Illinois.
That is
Yes.
true. Yeah. That is true.
I know there's many mountains. in
Oh,
Illinois.
they're all over the place.
The beautiful
wow, Happer,
mountains.
this is a take.
Yeah, not
this
big
is
on that
this is a
movie.
very strong and very
I go
inaccurate.
Christmas, regular, then Vegas.
Oh,
That's
regular.
my-
No, regular's number
Regular's
one.
one.
I
You
like
Europe-
Regular's number one.
European.
I honestly have never seen the whole
European's
movie.
worse.
I just looked up to see if it's free on streaming. It's not anywhere. You have to
Right.
rent it.
Don't pick European Vacation for a movie club, please.
Yeah,
Do not do that.
Yeah, that's
probably
bad.
for the best.
That'd be like a Nick pick.
That'd be like picking Caddyshack.
You never want a Nick pick.
That's true.
Can we Nick
Nick's
pick us
biggest
a little
boner. A Nick
Someone got a
pick.
nick on the face there.
Well, it wasn't really that big.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, his smallest boner.
Boner.
And again, we're talking about mistakes right now.
Mistakes.
Yes.
All of these are
Look
mistakes.
it up.
Like that one
Yeah.
guy for the Cubs.
Merkel.
I've had
Yes,
bigger
Merkel's
boners in my
boner.
life.
Mm.
Fred
Mm.
Merkel, New York Giants, 1908.
And then the Cubs won the World
It
Series.
was a big ass
They're
boner.
like, the dynasty continues. They're never going to be stopped, these Chicago Cubs. They're winning forever.
There was a goat involved.
Whoa,
Well, that was in the
that
40s.
was later. That
Yeah.
came later.
Yep.
That came
the
in
goat
45.
was a different boner.
Yeah, that
Well,
was.
yeah.
That was a Cubs
Yeah.
boner.
Do you know the
yes.
story about the goat, Nick?
I don't think I know the goat story. The goat boner story.
Okay, so the Billy Goat Tavern is a famous
Is that still
bar.
there?
Oh, yeah.
I
it's
went
still
there
there.
in 2016.
Billy Goat is
Fun
a
place.
famous bar in Chicago.
Not a very good burger. That's for sure.
Oh,
Oh,
Because it's
really?
made out of goats.
Yeah.
Is that good?
I mean, well, it's there's a lot of bun and not a lot of burger.
Okay.
that sounds like a place in Bellevue.
It
that
was
I know
famous
of.
for a Saturday Night Live skit in the original days when they would go cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. No
Okay.
Coke, Pepsi. But anyway, so
It's
this
real.
was a famous bar, and the tavern owner
back in 45.
brought a goat,
Yeah,
the
As-
mascot of his bar,
as one does.
to one of the games of the World Series, and the Cubs said no.
Understandably so, because it's an animal
Yeah.
at a baseball
Like-
game.
Yeah.
Leave.
Wait, what? So this was what year was this?
1945. This was the last World Series before
So-
the year of our Lord 2016.
They-
So
William
the Cubs banned him,
Giannis.
and this guy then put a curse on the Cubs, saying you'll never win a World Series again. because you
Allegedly-
banned my goat.
Allegedly,
my
he
goat in.
declared, them Cubs, they ain't going to win no more.
Was this after? Were all the players back from the war at this point?
No, war.
Yeah, it was
well,
in 45.
Yeah, 45.
no,
and then
war
the
was
series,
over.
Yeah,
War
the
was
war
over.
would be over.
The
The
So
war's
original-
over.
the Japanese
original-
surrendered in
God.
September.
Spoiler
the war
alert for
was
the end of
over.
Yeah.
Oppenheimer.
Like,
Imagine cursing a whole franchise for that long just because they didn't let your goat into the game.
imagine
Yeah.
cursing. Imagine that being your biggest problem after we just finished World War II.
This guy
I mean-
would hate 2024.
Oh God, yes! Can you imagine what he would do with the small bag policy?
They
or
don't
the
let
clear bag
anything in the
policy?
games anymore.
Yeah.
yeah, this
Yeah,
guy.
I gotta
He
have a
cursed
clear bag.
everybody.
What clear? What's clear? We didn't have clear in 1945. Everything was burlap.
What's wrong? I can't bring my knife? I need my knife.
It's my mascot.
I need my knife to kill my goat. Trying to slit its. Oh,
Goat
man.
throat.
Mm.
Wow.
Sheesh, Nick. That's a search that people
Don't
probably
do that.
do
Don't do the
sometimes.
Seattle Seahawks.
Goat throat.
Yeah. Her name was Jenna.
Oh, God.
Goat throat. I was a fan. Number 2 was not good in that series. I liked Christmas goat throat best. in that series of movies.
Second best.
How about this from Big Red Husker? In the opening of Christmas Vacation with the rednecks in the truck, there's one shot where there are 3 people in the truck and another with only 2 people in the truck.
Horribly made movie.
My cousin from Colorado was the one in the middle.
Whoa.
Oh,
He's the one who got taken out?
Wow.
He was
in Christmas Vacation?
Yeah, I don't remember that part.
I don't remember the
that
opening
part.
to Christmas Vacation.
Yeah,
Except for the song.
Wow, I can't believe that
Yeah.
guy's cousin got Stalin.
Nice reference.
Wow.
I was thinking of the same thing. That famous photo. You know the photo,
There's
John.
a few of them.
The one that I always think of is the one by the water,
Oh,
where they're standing,
yeah.
the guy's hand is in his coat, and then he's just not there anymore.
I can't believe they discovered Photoshop
back
then.
in the 40s. That's pretty impressive.
Good on them. Good
Yeah.
job, Soviet Union.
Wow.
Good
Nick's-
job, Soviet
Nick is
Union.
giving
Nick
a
Grimm.
hand to the Soviets.
I
Yeah.
mean, because of
Again.
them, we can make fun thumbnails for our YouTube videos.
You
Think
gotta-
about that.
You
Yet
gotta
another
hand it
Nick
to him.
Boner.
Yeah. Wow.
Boner.
Nick's boner strikes again. By the way, Why Not Hoiberg says, I'll just say it now, Happy New Year. Shout out to Asian Joe,
He
who
called
said
it.
it before the segment even
But
started.
hey,
Yeah.
hold on. This is a curse, Josh. We don't need to claim it yet. We still have a little meat
That's
left
right.
on
This
this
might
boat.
be
Yeah,
a
that's
boner.
true. We could,
Boner.
This
we
is
could-
like perfect game in the 7th inning. Josh is like, hey, look, they haven't
Perfect
allowed a hit
game.
yet. They haven't allowed a
Now,
base
there's
runner.
no such thing as
John-
the announcer's
See, of
curse.
course. Here comes
There's
John.
no such
he's
thing
just
as
a
the
guy.
announcer's curse.
What about a guy curse? What about just a guy in the stands who's like, hey, look, check it out.
Everything's great. Nothing bad's going to happen now.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
That's probably
I'm
what
sure
John
the
was
guy
saying.
standing on the Hindenburg was thinking that as they were coming into support.
Do you think someone in Dallas in 63 is like, what a day. This is going to be
Well,
the best day.
Actually, John Connolly's wife, the governor of Texas, who was in the car
Oh,
with them,
no. What'd she say?
turned to the Kennedys during the motorcade and said, well, I guess you can't say that Dallas doesn't love you.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
that's true.
Sheesh, talk about a jinx.
Yeah,
Tough look for-
That's
did.
worse than Scoop when she was like, Michael Jackson, he's going to live forever. And then he died later that
Pretty
day.
much.
Wow. All
Isn't
right.
it just
Yeah.
a lovely day outside?
We need to find the other days of terrorist attacks and assassinations and find the one person that was like, this is just a great
Okay,
day.
do not open the door for chance.
Someone in
No
the-
shit. People forget that it was a lovely day that day, though.
It
People,
was.
They were commenting on how nice of a morning it was.
there or here or everywhere. Oh, yeah. It was
There.
a sunny day.
Sunny day.
I think people
Not
are
a
like,
cloud
I'm,
in the
I'm
sky.
wearing shorts today. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Chance, we do not need any comment on
no,
that.
we do not.
Other
need
chances in
any
the comments
comment.
right now, but not our chance. Other chances.
You'll hear it later.
Oh, wait, there he is. He just tweeted.
Oh, thanks, Chance.
And you
Did
bet you
someone
can't-
say terrorist attacks? He also tweeted, turned my key just in time to hear the words throat and goat. Also solidarity, comrade Grimm. There you go. Oh man. Wow. What a day. Chance is getting in his car.
Boner.
Chance was saying this is going to be a great day. And then he turned the key and he's
Yeah.
like,
It is.
Yep.
I
This
do
is
not stand
made for
corrected.
me.
First
This was
thing I hear is
tailor-made for
terrorism.
I wonder what Fran said before he went on his car
Oh,
ride.
Ferdinand. Yeah, whatever happened, old
Or
friends.
the sandwich shop owner is like, oh, nothing bad can happen because of my sandwich
Look
shop.
at this great bread that I baked today.
Has
This is
anybody tried reverse jinxing a
Fran's
horrible
Ferdinand.
national event?
great idea.
You know, during the middle of it, you're just like, wow, this is the worst day ever.
Not a bad idea.
And then
We
all of a
did
sudden
keep-
it gets better.
Every day during COVID, we said that, and it just continued to be worse.
Yeah, turns out it can get
Yeah.
worse.
This day, there's no way it'll be bad as yesterday.
Yeah.
Nah.
Times like these.
That's
Mm.
probably what they were thinking after a certain
Yeah, I
point
don't
That
know.
was society's
in the morning
boner.
of-
Boner.
Ah,
I don't know if we can do that.
2020's
I think
boner.
we can't reverse the curse.
Don't
you
think
know?
it works. Opposite.
I think
agree.
my wife said at the beginning, not my wife at the time, but she said at the beginning of 2020 when Kobe died, like, well, I guess it can't get any worse than this.
Oh, that
Wow.
was your wife's boner.
Yeah. Yeah. Marissa's
Boner.
It did indeed get worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yikes.
It's an
I
odd
don't know about
footnote.
worse, but it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
It got
Oh.
really bad.
Yeah, that
It
wasn't
was rough.
not a memorable year.
I
They're
don't
hard to
like that
forget.
year. 2020, bad year.
Yeah, 4 years ago somehow.
But that was the last time they stormed the court before last night.
Although Happer was
Yes.
explaining the 2020 baseball season to me, and that sounds kind of fun.
Nick was fired up about 2020 baseball.
2020 baseball. Every game mattered then.
No, 2020 NBA bubble, way better than 2020 baseball being played in empty stadiums with fake crowd. Remember the fake
2020 NBA bubble was horrible.
No, it wasn't.
yeah.
2020 NBA bubble was nice.
No, it wasn't.
It had the weird screens with the fans on
Yeah,
them.
the dumbest thing ever.
No,
was
see,
bad.
again, I
That
told the
looked so
story.
bad.
I was in Chicago in early September of 2020, and I walked by Wrigley Field, and I could hear the fake crowd noise coming out. Very dystopian.
Could you hear wood bats and rubber hats?
No, I couldn't. Sadly. Don't you remember though
No, I did.
Fox? Remember how Fox would put pretend fans in the crowd swaying?
Do you remember how the
Yeah,
World
it was
Series was
really
in
bad.
Texas
Oh.
and it didn't include the
Horrible.
Texas Rangers?
Horrible. Yeah.
So bad.
Yeah, not great.
But there was like 10,000 people at that
Mm.
because Texas didn't really care about COVID.
Asian Joe writes, speaking of boners, when is Josh going to declare the snow is
Boner.
over, or did I miss it already?
Interesting
He
question,
hasn't done it
Josh.
yet.
No.
Love how it comes up and John just gets so mad. Like,
Because
I control.
I know what's going to happen.
John doesn't believe in the announcer's jinx, but he believes in Josh's boner about weather.
because it's 100% accurate.
Look, it's going to be 71 on Monday, John.
yeah, cool.
It's going to be 34
Not-
on Wednesday.
Actually,
though.
yeah. Cool.
Whoa.
But then it's
Awesome,
going to be
great.
back into the 60s again. No, I think
So?
it's going to snow again. I
Yeah.
think it's going to snow,
Whoa.
but it'll
Oh.
melt really fast.
Get the eggs.
The snow is not
So-
done
Now, by rule, you cannot declare the snow is done
until
it snows again.
I think so. I think that's
Which
what's going to
that
happen.
feels a little weak.
So if I am, but okay, see now this is
Because obviously the next
Both
time
sides.
it snows, it's going to be the last time it snows.
here we go. Classic both sides. If I don't declare it, then I'm soft and a coward.
Yes.
But since I did declare that it won't snow, or that's what I did.
Go
but if
out
I,
on a ledge.
if-
I said that Creighton was
No.
going to beat UConn. Go out on
they
a
were
ledge,
barely
Josh.
dogs.
No, this
I
is.
said it weeks
They
ago.
were tiny baby. They were little wiener dogs last night. They weren't a big like Beethoven.
We've already talked about Nick's boner.
Boner.
Your mistake.
Yes.
Yeah, my mistake. That's what boner
That's
means.
what boner means.
Boner
It's
means
a
a
mistake.
I know,
Like
I
when
get
Nebraska
it.
plays
I
Ohio
get
State.
it.
That'll be a
Just-
Beethoven dog.
Just like when Josh declares the snow is done, it's a boner because it's a
Mm.
mistake because it
Boner.
inevitably snows within about a week of his declaration.
That said,
sometimes the very same day.
People forget that I said no more days below zero. How about that though?
I mean,
It's been
you
great.
didn't specify where though, because it did get below zero in Lincoln.
No, I did
after
it
that,
again though
didn't it?
this year in Omaha, and it
Oh.
hasn't done it in Omaha or Lincoln. It's been great ever
Chan-
since that bad week.
Chance has a follow up, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
He says, "I'd say Frost getting fired is a reverse jinx for that day."
oh, for
Oh,
Yeah.
was a positive.
it was yes,
Yeah, several years later.
yeah, yes, 21 in
I had
fact.
to wait for that.
Yeah,
we
this
did
is
have to wait,
amazing. I
yeah.
can't believe that I'm not allowed to declare anything.
Well, I just want you to do it or
Nobody's
not do
stopping
it.
you.
No, I'm just saying it's not done. That's my prediction.
Make
The
a
snow is
decision.
not done.
But then when it snows, you're going to say it is done.
yes,
And that's cheating.
no, it's not. If
Yes,
I'm
it
correct,
is.
I'm correct though.
Do you have a countdown to when you can declare the snow done?
No, Nick, I look at my models. I check out the forecast. I look at the
Whoa,
European.
whoa. We're talking about boners as mistakes. Stop talking
Boner.
about your models.
Nice, John. Nice.
I think you have to declare it. You have to choose right now.
I think March 18th. I think by March 18th, then we're done. I don't think we're going to get any April snow this year.
okay.
Yeah.
No, see, now
Sweet 16 weekend, wherever you may be in the world,
That feels-
no snow in Omaha.
That feels like a prediction.
yes, now
That's
see
a
you've
list.
done that.
What
You've
about
done
the
it.
spring
Sounds like a
game?
list.
April 27th this year. Didn't you declare it would snow on the spring
Well, he
game
doesn't
last year?
care. He won't be here.
He did declare snow during the spring game, and of course,
It
I won't
almost
be here.
did.
he wasn't going to be here.
Yeah, I will not be here again.
It was
this
very
year.
cold during the
It
spring game
was.
last year.
Remember that time we
Jeff
went and
Sims
watched?
threw a bunch of picks and interceptions.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Remember that time we went and watched that Husker practice, and you had your nice, cool camera, or your
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the weather. It was cold that day.
It was cold that day.
very chilly. I wore a
Mhm.
big coat.
That was good. They should do that again. The old open
Sims didn't
practice.
throw any picks in the spring game. It was everybody else,
He
right?
fumbled, right? Or maybe Grant fumbled a bunch. They turned
Yeah,
the ball over
I
like
don't-
7 times.
I don't remember. All I remember about Sims was, man, he looks really good. Oh, he's strong arm, all this other
He
stuff.
threw
Yeah.
one pass
I did
to
say that.
Borkercher. That
Yes.
was good.
on like the first play of the game.
That
or
was
second
the
play of
only
the
good
game.
thing that happened.
Right.
The
And
entire
then it
game.
turned into a bunch of columns of this is going to be the next good guy. He's going to be really good.
No, you're right. I don't think he threw any picks, but they turned the ball over a lot, and that definitely did not tell us anything about the team. The upcoming
No,
year.
it did not. In other words, the spring game doing as the spring game does tells us nothing about the next coming season.
Except for the turnovers.
I actually think the spring game was pretty accurate this year. So I don't know.
Well,
we might have
in
to
terms
evaluate
of just
that.
talking about, Jeff Sims individual.
He threw one good pass. He threw one good pass in the regular season too.
Wow, Jordan.
Actually, did he?
Did he?
He might have thrown less. He might have thrown less than one good pass
in the whole season.
I guess the only good one.
Even the touchdown against Minnesota wasn't good. It looked ugly.
Yeah, well,
that's wide open.
That's right. Yeah,
that was Minnesota's
open.
And he had to run around and chase it around.
Oh no, this is not good.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't great.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you're right.
Wow.
0 good passes. 1 in the spring game, 0 in the fall game.
The other day, for some reason, I started thinking about the Colorado game and just how bad it was.
Yeah, Gus Johnson canceled him.
Oh, that's right. That's right. They kept showing those graphics. He turns it over every other play.
He said they got to get this guy out of here.
Yeah,
The one I was right about, by the way.
He was right.
He did end up being right.
Nick, you were not right about that game.
I was right about that game. You guys thought that Nebraska would win, and I famously did not.
Okay, well, you were correct about that aspect of
Yes.
it. Yes.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's
hard
what I'm
to argue
talking
with that.
about.
Yeah.
I know the score was off. I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
defending the score.
You
I'm
always
defending my
defended the
pick.
score.
Well, that was a bit.
Interesting.
Hard to tell these days. What's
it
a
really
bit.
is. Yeah, he's more bit than man at this point.
That's all I am.
Mhm.
That's all I've ever been.
More bit,
That's my real boner.
more bit than man.
Boner.
Oh, it's a bit.
All right, how'd we do?
I'd say Happy New
Yep.
Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. For
I
sure.
think we did it.
Yep.
If you're listening to this in December, let us know by tweeting hashtag
We
We really
kind
did.
boner.
We hit all the touchstones of our crossover, too.
But we kind of Creightoned it a little
We
bit.
did.
We kind of let the 23-point
Did-
lead
did-
slip away to a 10-point lead. Got
Right.
a little scary.
Yeah,
But then
we
we
now
finished
we're
it out.
rushing
Made
to
some free
court.
throws.
then we hit our free throws
Yeah.
and we won.
There you go.
Did we establish that this is the day after Creighton beat UConn?
Oh, yeah.
right?
Creighton beat UConn
Creighton
last
beat
night.
UConn last
Yeah,
night.
The
What was
number
the
one
score?
team in the country.
A
I
mere
just wanted to
hours
make sure
ago.
that little benchmark was in there.
Oh, for sure.
For the first time in school history, they
Yes.
beat the number 1 team.
Correct.
Posterity, what was the score again, John?
85-66.
85-66.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
All right.
Now it's a historical marker.
Now it's an historical marker. Just like, well, I won't even.
Merkel.
Just like Merkel's boner.
Mhm.
Boner.
Yep.
The
So,
historical marker.
New Year's next year, when people are listening to this, they'll be like, wow, remember that time? Greg McDermott was our coach.
Wow, Happer! I
hell
can't
is wrong with
believe
you?
you.
Boner.
Such great. We had all those great players. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Are you though?
No, I am.
Okay.
I am. Very much kidding.
By the way, the people in the building loved your baseball video.
They did. I got a couple. I didn't get as many texts as I thought I was going to get.
No, I think the people were entertained by it.
They liked it. They were like,
Dude,
wow,
I thought it was
I'm
hilarious.
hyped to this guy playing baseball.
It was
Yeah.
really good.
That was a great bit idea. It's too bad that it wasn't done for 1620thezone.com, but still very
Well,
funny.
you can still
I
put it
heard
there.
I heard a few people sitting behind me saying, "Yep, I mean, this guy could probably help the Royals this year."
Yeah. You do look like a baseball player out there.
What is that?
The way you turn your glove. Like,
I
you know
just
how to
sound
do
offended
things.
by that.
And you
Yeah,
had a
seriously.
Well,
baseball
I just
hat
want to know,
on.
like, do I got a baseball player kind of look to me, like vibe to me?
I mean, John Kruk did, yeah.
Nice.
You're wearing a Royal sweatshirt, so I would say yes.
I did laugh very hard when
Well, he was wearing his Creighton sweatshirt for this bit.
when Ed said on a scale of 1 to 10, you're a 6, and you're like, whoa, that made me laugh very hard.
I thought that was pretty good.
That's really nice.
That's-
of him.
that is
He's a
really
tough
good.
grader.
That was
He's
Ed Service's boner, I
You know
think.
how much he cares about defense.
Yes, big defensive guy. I mean, his 6 is
Boner.
other people's 8 or 9.
And you have to think, he's hitting me the fungos, one of the greatest fungo guys of all time,
He is a great fungo hitter.
because of a program who cares so much about defense. You know, Ed's given up a lot of the day-to-day over the years, just the things that he normally would have done. But you know what he's never given up? The fungos.
No,
Hmm.
He's always hitting the infield. Always.
he could be 95 and confined to a wheelchair, and he's going to be hitting fungo.
That's exactly right. One of
that'll
the
be-
best.
That'll be when you know it's over for Ed, is when he can no longer hit fungo.
When he gives up the fungo bat.
yeah, that's when you know he's done.
I'm glad to hear the reception was
The
positive.
reception was positive.
Jordan says, John just called Happer fat. What a boner.
Boner.
Well,
No, John Kruk wasn't flat. He was just pleasantly big boned for a baseball player.
Pleasantly
Boner.
big bone.
Big
Great
boned.
hitter.
Wow.
Great hitter.
yeah, we didn't even get to see that part where I was hitting bombs and batting practice.
Is that going to be in a different video?
Nah, I didn't do that.
Have you seen Happer's video? It can become the new Michael's video.
There you go.
Oh, you
Yeah.
need to get a shirt.
I need to get
His sweatshirt looked a lot better than Michael's.
No offense, Michael.
Yeah, it's just the whole two-tone with the tan and the white is just
Plus, he had the disapproving Billy Blue Jay. Which
Yeah,
I like.
old Billy.
Old Billy.
Not
That's a
alien
good.
Billy.
That's a good hoodie.
It's such a good
OG
hoodie.
Billy.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody!
We got a Grum coming up, including Mitch Ballock's going to join us here in about 10
Mitch!
minutes on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
How come we can't zipper merge? We as us old heads, we like to bash the kids.
We do.
That they have no idea what they're doing. They know how to storm a court successfully and not get injured.
Yeah, not make it chaotic.
But in this town, we are god awful with zipper merging.
Yeah, we are.
And it's getting worse. Learn from the kids, ladies and gentlemen. We can be better. They taught us in Lincoln and they taught us last night in Omaha. I'm done. That's my TED Talk.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
More spring-like weather on the way. Wednesday, expect partly sunny skies. Wind remains light throughout the day with highs in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
It's a new year and new savings event going on right now at Acura of Omaha. More than 150 pre-owned, certified pre-owned, and special purchases to choose from. See all the bargains online at AcuraofOmaha.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. He'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, good times had by all, and I don't think anyone got injured last night, which is always a good thing.
So nice. Nice to not get injured.
Shout out to no injury.
Mhm.
Shout out to no injury.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And welcome to the Grum. The hell day is this, Wednesday?
Wednesday, John. It's a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Hell yeah.
Tuesday games just throw off my whole schedule because I'm just kind of used to that Tuesday, Wednesday thing, and now it's Tuesday, Sunday. So I'll show up here on Monday thinking it should be Sunday, and I'll be very angry that I'm here because I should be at home because it's a Sunday, but it's actually a Monday.
Wow, that's a lot of things.
It's a lot of
Confused
things.
me.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
But welcome to a Dumb Debates Wednesday, brought to you by our good friends at Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. The Grum Down,
From down.
brought to you by the referees, John Higgins Weather Guard. The Blue Jays harvest a bumper crop.
Would you say they clutched a win?
No,
I
you don't clutch a win.
think you should work that into one of your calls this year.
You should.
No.
If they win this weekend versus St. John's, they clutch a win. Jays win.
No.
Okay.
You'd
I
feel
don't-
good about it after you use it. Then you're
No,
like,
I
yes,
wouldn't.
I, do like
I
saying
would
that.
feel bad about myself.
It's my new favorite phrase.
Thank you, Nick. You're handsome and smart.
Mitch Bellock's going to join us here in just a couple of minutes.
Nice get, Nick.
Thanks. I worked hard.
You did. You worked very hard. The Big Bart Blue Jay Blast says, what?
Oh, my goodness. Speaking of Merkel.
Nebraska seeks an elusive prize. An elusive prize is a win on the road in the Big Ten Conference.
I didn't realize that's how elusive was spelled. That was with an
I-
E.
I did too.
Ooh, I hope
spell it
that's
wrong?
right. Is that right?
No, I don't know.
Double check.
I thought
that,
I
man.
was being the idiot here.
It didn't give me the little squiggly
Nope,
line.
John's wrong.
I am?
ELUSIVE.
How come it didn't give me the squiggly
Oh,
line
wait, this
saying,
is a word. Deceptive.
Oh.
see, it's that's the right word.
No, elusive is difficult to find, catch, or achieve. That's the one that you
Okay,
were
but
looking
what's the
for.
one I did? Elusive.
Deceptive or illusory?
Like
It's
illusion.
it's deceptive.
This word is deceptive.
Nebraska.
It is.
Remember the Illinois game? Nebraska was deceived by the officials.
Honestly,
Remember the Iowa game? Nebraska was deceived by itself.
I guess this kind of works.
The English language
I'm going to
is
stand with
freaking
this.
Dumb. Dumb language.
I'm going to stand with this.
Okay.
Dave
Technically
Barr
right.
2
What?
will
Nice.
yell at Josh.
Nice get, Nick. What do you mean just me? You're on the same side as me.
Yeah, but you were more aggressive than I was.
Yeah, he asked me via DM today. He says, so am I to understand that you want Nebraska to schedule harder? And I said, yup. Then he goes, okay, noted.
What a great response.
Yeah, I think that's what he said. Something along those lines. He said copy.
When did Josh join Pro Football Focus?
PFF boy.
Don't know what this is about, so I'm a bit concerned.
Well, we'll bring back an old rivalry.
Oh, boy.
The Royals are taking a quick trip to their new stadium.
And the Royals.
Nice. That's a good reference. John.
Yeah, it's
Oh, classic John. Happer, or not Happer. Odson kind of made fun of you, but not you directly, but, people of your ilk.
why?
Oh, why did they have to change on the uniforms? They didn't have that back in my day.
Well, it looks.
You love
it looks-
capitalism, John.
I
This
like
is the-
capitalism. I don't like advertisements on uniforms.
This is the next step of capitalism. What do you expect? Sorry.
Was Giselle cheating on TB12?
Whoa, now that is a tease.
That's a tease.
Uh-huh.
And I ran out of time and ideas. So the last subject is fill in the blank. You just fill in the blank.
What's for dinner?
Couldn't think of anything.
All right.
It was a long night last night.
Apparently.
It was a very long night.
Apparently.
Well, speaking of that long night, joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. This guy promised he was going to call the Grum after the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Never heard from him.
I mean, technically, this is after the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, but
Yeah,
not the
a week and a
direct
half.
day. Yeah. Wow, look at you disrespecting.
Yeah, it's old news now.
Yeah.
You
I never did give John. It's never old news when you're on the mountaintop, John. I never did give you a time frame on when I was going to call.
See, yeah, that's true.
Oh, so this is counting as your call, even though I requested the call?
No. I'll have one in the near future when you've already forgotten about it, and I'll bring it right back to your attention.
Oh, I'm sure you will.
Sounds like a
don't get
Chiefs
too
fan.
comfortable over there.
All right, fine. I won't get comfortable, but
Mm-hmm.
this is the voice of Mitch Ballock, Creighton assistant, technically a GA, but God, with as much work as you do, Mitch, I kind of consider you a full-time assistant. Are they paying you like one?
No, just graduate assistant. I stay in my lane and I help wherever I need to.
What has surprised you, Mitch, before we get into the game, what has surprised you about this role for you versus, what your time as a player?
Honestly, it's probably just the time commitment is the biggest thing. As a player, you kind of do your classes, you take your middle of the day nap, you have practice, and then you study up on kind of who you're guarding and the game plan and memorizing calls and kind of what we're doing offensively. That doesn't take as long as it takes to actually put together the plan and have adjustments and tweaks to the plan if the plan doesn't go well. So probably overall just the time commitment. And then second thing is just you have no control. You can control a little bit, but at the end of the day, your hands aren't physically on the ball and you're not shooting the shot. So that's a tough situation to be in.
And Mitch, you're recently, quote unquote, retired from active competitive basketball. Is that a tough adjustment? Because, I mean, it's not that far in the past where you had the ball in your hands and a chance to actually affect the game. Is that a hard adjustment?
Yeah. Honestly, it's not. I'm in a pretty good place. I put a lot of thought into making that adjustment. Honestly, I like being on the outside, kind of coaching guys in situations from maybe prior knowledge from experience that I had to go through or different things like that. But I honestly like the role. I like kind of giving pointers here and there when I need to, or if somebody asks for them or seeks out for some information, I just like helping them in that aspect. But honestly, 8 months, 9 months, whatever it is removed, I'm in a pretty good headspace. I'm content with my decision, and I like the position, I like the role, and I like the people that I get to work with every day.
Yeah, Mitch, pardon me for just not remembering, but I'm curious as to your career, if there was a GA that was a similar age that you are now to the players. And I just wonder what that relationship, how that differs from a traditional assistant coach, given that they're usually going to be a bit older.
Yeah. When I was here, there was Ty Nurse and Ricky Krecklow. That was to start. I don't know if you remember those guys.
Yeah, and Ricky was pretty much in the exact same spot as you, about the same age.
Exactly. So it's just a different guy that you can essentially talk to. I have to kind of straddle the line a little bit because essentially I'm an extension of the coaching staff. So you kind of, at the end of the day, I side with them, but at the end of the day, I also have the best interest of each and every one of the players. So you kind of got to draw a line. You can kind of vent with them about kind of what they see or what we're not doing or what they want to do or why we're not doing certain things. And just kind of making them understand. Because when I was in the thick of it, when I was playing, when I was a part of the team, it's a lot harder to understand than when you're outside the lines looking in. Sometimes I'll tell Mac, I'll be like, Mac, I understand what you were saying to me when I was a junior now, but I didn't understand it at the time. So being on that side, having different perspective and looking through a different lens really helps me kind of get through to the guys because, like you said, I'm short removed from my playing career.
Mitch Ballock, Creighton graduate assistant, of course, former Jay himself. So let's get to the real reason we're talking today, and that, of course, is last night's game. I'm curious, Mitch, because one of the things you do, you're very in depth with the scouting. You're always looking ahead to the next opponent. You're kind of figuring out trends. Then you consult with the coaching staff, put together the game plan. As you were preparing for this game versus the first time around, having a game in the bag against UConn to work off of, what were you seeing besides the obvious things of offensive rebounding and turnovers that you thought we could improve upon to get last night's result?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think our biggest thing, I mean, obviously, anytime you go on the road and play the number one team in the country and we held them like 56 points on their home floor with like 2.5 minutes left. So, I mean, with some fouls late and here and there, they got to 62 or whatever. We did what we needed to do defensively to win the game. Offensively, we struggled. We missed some open shots. We had some great looks. So basically, it's fine-tuning the little things to catching and operating at 22 feet instead of 28 feet. I feel like at their place, their physicality really affected us. I think we played on our heels to start the game, and it took us a while to adjust. And anytime we're operating at 28 feet instead of 22 feet in our offense, it's a lot harder to get to your spots and make those passes. I think we did a good job of emphasizing that. Mac does a really good job of showing clips and really getting through to the guys to show what we need to do and how we need to do it. And at the end of the day, like offensively, we were nowhere near where we were the first time we played them. I mean, right now we're flying up and down the floor. We're all kicking it ahead. We're all flattening the defense, and we're playing well off of each other, where it makes it very difficult to stop. One of our emphases going in was just transition. Like our transition offense is better than their transition defense. So exploiting that, getting into stuff like that, and then just if they stop that initial wave of our initial offense, then getting into some secondary stuff and a lot of great pace, a lot of great movement, and then a lot of just setting, flipping screens with a lot of pace, I think really develops kind of what we want to do offensively. And I thought those guys did a really good job executing what we wanted them to do.
Yeah, and Mitch, obviously the first time that you played, it was just a different moment in the season for how the team was doing out there on the floor. I wonder how often the idea of like trust the process and like just continue to fall back on these things, because even if the results aren't working the way that you would like for them, and whether it's early season games or games in February so far, that eventually it was going to come through as long as you just continue to do what you know you can do.
It definitely does. We emphasize it. Obviously, we're a big process-oriented organization. Mac puts a lot of stock in that, in development. When you're going, anytime, especially in today's world, like we have a core group of people, and then we're trying to implement some pieces that we've gotten from the transfer portal or from red shirts last year and people in different positions. So when you have a new piece to the puzzle, you have to, it takes time, it takes reps. And January, maybe that's, we don't have enough reps yet. And I feel like our guys are starting to figure out one another better each and every day. And I think they're starting to play to their strengths and figure out who they are and how they fit into what we have going on. When you have that, I mean, obviously it's a little bit difficult to kind of get to that point, and it's stressful or your fan base a little impatient with it. But if you stick to that process, like you said, you start to see the results. And right now we're starting to see the results. And obviously any day you make half your threes and you're locked in defensively and on a string, I mean, you can put together a recipe to win a lot of games. So obviously you got to emulate that and try your best to keep it consistent.
Alec joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Speaking of the new piece, or one of the new pieces, Stephen Ashworth. I mean, the way this season has turned for him, and Mac has mentioned it on a couple of occasions. He mentioned it again last night. It was really the first UConn game where Ashworth started to take a little bit more of the initiative, and it's really branched off since then. Now, the defensive improvement had been happening long before that, but you were famously quoted in a preseason story talking about how good a shooter Ashworth is, and that he might even be a better shooter than you were. Is it finally cool to see that prediction coming true with the way he's been bombing shots in as of late?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is. Obviously, I mean, we have the pleasure of seeing the guy every day shoot the ball, kind of his routine, his approach, and what he's able to do in specific drills or specific live action is a little different from a lot or most of college basketball, and even guys that I've seen play at the professional level. He just has the one thing he was missing, like that new piece. When you come into a new system, you're trying to get your feet wet. You're trying to see how your game fits with Baylor's game, Ryan's game, and Trey's game, and you're not trying to step on toes, but you're also a vocal leader. So that's what he did first, and then that swag and that confidence started to come out, and now he's playing with it. And like you said, and Mac and I had a conversation a couple days ago about it. The UConn thing, being down 20 points on the road, was the best thing that probably happened to our team and the best thing that happened for him individually, because you kind of got to that point where everything went out the window. There was no stress. You could feel like the weight of the world off his shoulders, and he was just out playing basketball at the park. He had an in and out layup downhill. He got a off offensive rebound. They kicked it to him. He had an and one at the rim. He had a tough three. And then that swag and that confidence started to come out after that UConn game. And then we saw it at Seton Hall. I mean, he was a big reason why we won that game at Seton Hall. And then obviously when he puts it together defensively, what he did against Cam Spencer, I think personally is better than anything he did offensively or any of the shots he made. And I think that is a catalyst to our defense just as much as Kalk is at the rim. You know, if we can take a guy completely out of the game like he did, I think that pays dividends for our defense going forward. And I think everybody flourishes from the offense on the offensive end when you're able to get stops and get out in transition and see some easy buckets go in.
And we'll share some of those numbers talking about what he did, he being Stephen Ashworth, against Cam Spencer here in just a little bit.
Hey, Mitch, I wonder if you could speak to just a little bit more that idea of the best thing that could have happened to us when it's kind of like a low point or a negative portion of the season. Like, how much of that is like a true belief versus a hope that can be a lesson? Because I think recognizing that after the fact, I think is always kind of easy, but doing so in the moment, I think can be incredibly difficult.
Yes, incredibly difficult. When you can kind of see it when you're around guys. You can kind of see their confidence is wavered, or they're acting or playing a little bit different. So when something like that happens, you start to, and maybe you don't feel like you have the trust of your teammates or the trust of your players or whatever. Like, I've been in that situation. Mac fed me seven straight shots to make a three, and I missed 6 of them and finally made the 7th, and you kind of get a smile on your face, and then you know that it starts to turn. But you're playing with the psychology of like especially of a shooter, but overall as a basketball player. And Steven was kind of battling that. In that UConn game, I'd say it was the best thing that ever happened to us, just because he wasn't there. Like, he wasn't playing with that confidence. He was a little timid. He wasn't his normal self from what he was at Utah State. When you're down 20, you have nothing to lose. So he really, he gained the trust from himself. He gained the trust from us, and he gained the trust from, most importantly, I mean, his teammates. Those are the guys he's playing with. And when you're down 20 on the road at the number 1 team in the country, you expect, I mean, human nature is you're probably just going to put your head down and kind of wait for the seconds to tick off the clock. But he did the exact opposite. He kind of got us back into that game. I think we cut it to 10, largely in part to what he was doing. I think when you do stuff like that, when you're out of the fight and you give us a chance, I think you start to earn a lot of respect from the coaching staff, from your teammates, and most importantly from yourself. I mean, essentially, if you don't think you can do it and you don't have the confidence to do it, then you can't. But if you think you can do it, then they'll take your team a long way, and then everybody kind of feeds off that position, especially at the point guard position. You know, that's your leader, and he does it vocally. He's done it all year. He shows up every day. He has a great attitude. He never not talks. He always brings just that energy that everybody feeds off of. And when your point guard starts to play to that level, then everybody starts to follow.
And I couldn't.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it absolutely. Yeah, it absolutely does, Mitch. I mean, watching him on the road, and even after losses, I mean, he just has a vibe about him. Kind of reminds me of you, actually, Mitch. In just that.
He's by far beyond where I was in that situation, and I credit him to that, because it's tough, man. Like, I'm not a big social media guy. People are big social media guys, especially in today's world, and I'm sure he was getting bashed on social media. I'm sure he was. It's hard, especially when you come from a situation where you have the ball in your hand and you average 17 a game and you shoot all the shots, and you're a large part of the offense, to take in maybe a secondary role for the guys that we have now. I mean, it's an adjustment process, and he's handled it, like you said, John, with grace and patience, and it's helped him, and it's benefited us overall, and it's benefited him largely in part to the success he's eventually had.
First ever win against the number 1 team. It's only the second time Creighton has beaten a top 3 rated team. Do you remember your first start?
I do remember my first start.
Would you like a quick reminder of that last start? Here was 2018 Villanova.
Ballack wants the 3. Mitch Ballack, 5 points, bank 3-pointer, Jays by 1. Timeout with 29 seconds left.
First start against Villanova, about almost the same time.
Yeah, how about that?
5 years ago. 6. I can't even remember now. I'm lost.
6 years ago.
6 years ago. Yeah, this is 14. That was 18. What do you remember about that game?
What do I remember? I remember the day we had shoot around and everything. And I remember Ronnie Harrell was not there because he had to go to the doctor for an infection. And I remember about an hour before the game, Max said I was starting. So then that was a completely different headspace and mentality that I had to come in with. I remember Marcus Foster had a good game. Kyrie always, those guys always carried us. I remember Jacob Epperson had a really good game. I threw a flip up to him and he had a dunk and the crowd went wild. And then I remember Marcus trusted me enough to swing that one more to me in the corner, and Jalen Brunson was a little late and not in the gap, and I ended up hitting that three.
You had 8 assists.
I also remember that.
You had 8 assists in that game. That might have been your career high. You had 8 assists in that game.
Yeah, I don't remember having 8 assists, but
I got the box score right in front of me. 13 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists. Heck, you were Baylor Shireman before Baylor Shireman.
All right. I might have showed some glimpses of it, but he's definitely magnified that.
That's true. You couldn't play defense.
Whoa, John. You've been hanging around Coach Mack a little bit.
Oh, good times though.
Hey, pull the numbers on that. That's what we need to pull.
Which numbers? On your,
I don't know, defensive rating or something.
They don't show those on the
Come
box
on, John,
score.
get the advanced analytics going.
Let's see. Oh, wait. Mitch did
we
have
need the advanced analytics, John.
Hang on. You did have 3 steals.
There it is.
In that game. So there you go. There's your defense.
Mm-hmm.
There's your defense.
I had to be in the right. Maybe I just got lucky 3 times. Sometimes that happens too.
I mean, you're no Leo Chenal or, Chris Jones, but you're pretty good.
I do my part.
You do. You do your part. Everyone does their part. And
it's more like a Sorensen, we'll throw it back to the first Super Bowl. I lack a little ability, but I try my best, and I'm going to hit somebody.
You absolutely will. Well, Mitch, that was a lot of fun last night. The crowd being on the floor. You remember what's like, when people are that juiced up. It was a great atmosphere last night. And the good news is you got an extra day today to kind of wind down, extra day before the weekend, because it's kind of hard to reset, isn't it?
Yeah.
After you get a big emotional win, to kind of remember, hey, this isn't the end of the line. We still got work to do.
No question. And it's always, it's like that saying everybody always says it, the most important game's the next one. And those guys are mature enough and they'll be locked in. And once you taste a little bit of success, you want more. So we'll have those guys locked in. We'll have a good game plan coming into New York on Sunday, and then we'll take care of business. And like you said, it's not the end of the road. It's just a stepping stone to where we want to get to.
Mitch, we'll see you Saturday when we head to New York.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
You bet.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch Ballock, Creighton
Have a good
GA.
rest of the day. Go Chiefs.
I knew that. I knew that was coming. Mitch Ballock. We had an ongoing bit there during the playoffs where he would just walk up to me and just shake his hand, as if to say all other quarterbacks in the AFC are like this when they have to play Patrick Mahomes. He ended up being right.
Certainly the guy
Which is
in the
why
first
I
round.
did not bet against them in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, just in the
2 games
AFC.
before that
Yeah.
I did. But
It was cold. That's why Tua was shaking.
Thank you.
People forget.
Mac has a pretty extensive coaching tree. You've got Al Huss, who's at High Point. You've got Darren DeVries at Drake. He's got a lot of guys who have coached under him, who are in the big time right now. Watch for Mitch's name in the years to come.
Yeah,
this guy has a great mind for coaching. He's got a great demeanor for coaching. Rob Anderson reminds me of this because, when I'm doing the radio, I don't see what's on TV. But, they did one of those mic up the coach games for the whole game. And Mac was hated doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So he was always paranoid. So their plan was, okay, I'm not going to do a lot of in-huddle coaching. I'll turn it over to the assistants. I'll just do a bunch of generic stuff off to the side because he was worried that other teams would get the play calls, do the whole Michigan thing against him.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a scene, I think it was a game against Seton Hall, where they go to the live mic and Mac is, off to the side. He's talking to somebody else. Meanwhile, in the huddle, Mitch, as a player, is basically running the huddle as a coach.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could tell he just had that mind for it. And then I watch him on the road. When we were at was it Xavier? Yeah, I think it was Xavier. This would have been after the Providence loss. We're having breakfast, and then right after breakfast is a team meeting where they're going to go over some film and stuff like that. And you got all the Mac and all the assistants are sitting in front of the film, the big screen. And Mitch he's not running the meeting, but he's basically doing the briefing, the debriefing.
Yeah.
As he's going over, I see this, and I just watching this, and I'm looking over, it's like, this is a first-year GA who's doing this.
Who's not that far removed from his career.
So watch for Mitch Ballock's name in the future. He is going to be, if he sticks with this, he is going to be one of those guys who's going to be, right now he's just a little sapling on the MAC coaching tree. He's going to end up having his own branch here pretty soon.
Yeah.
Really cool dude. All right, more on last night's win. Got a lot more to come. All ways to set up the Grum today. 42 Degrees of Source hotline by your mom's house. 402-951-1620. J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. They're about to win the game again on FS2. If you want to watch the
celebration.
Watch the hoodlums come on the floor.
John high-fiving them all. How many photos do you got of the
I took a video, but my son was down on the floor, so I had to chastise him when I got home.
Wow, you're grounded, son.
Said, what are you doing out on the floor? You don't belong out there. All those crazy people.
The fans.
A lot of adults out on the floor last night.
Was Old Man Doug out there partying?
No, he's got a bad hip.
Oh, poor guy.
That was no place for people who had a bad hip.
Yeah, indeed.
To get checked off the floor.
Yeah.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's RAMP.com/sports.
Come on, when was the last time you had your Fernando's fix? It doesn't get any better than lunch, dinner, carry out, even catering from Fernando's. Get your Fernando's fix. 114th and Dodge, 75th and Pacific, and FernandosOmaha.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let mentality lead the way.
Hear that? The relaxing sound of ambient music in a yoga class. And if you were here, you'd listen to 15 people taking a deep breath in sync. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. So if you ride, get a quote today and see if you could save with Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. And find inner peace with a different pose called Palms on Handlebars. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Thursday, February 22nd is your last chance to see Omaha Maverick men's basketball as they gear up for the conference tournament. Join the Maverick men for senior night as they take on Oral Roberts. This is always a classic matchup. Plus, with just 4 home games left, your Omaha Maverick hockey team takes on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup on Friday and Saturday night. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tix.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. Well, games like last night just don't happen every day, and certainly Nebraska fans know what it feels like. Beat a #1 team, get the court storm. I do think there is an advantage, though, for Creighton to have the today off, so the game happening on Tuesday. Remember, when Nebraska did it, it was a Tuesday, had to turn around and play on the road on a Friday at Iowa.
Yes.
This is going to be an extra couple of days.
Odd weather week, too. Remember, there was no one really at the arena.
Bad weather.
And so, meanwhile, Creighton doesn't have to play again until Sunday.
Yeah. At Madison Square Garden. I mentioned during the interview we had with Mitch Ballack, and if you missed it, check it out on the radio replay, 1620thezone.com. He mentioned Stephen Ashworth. And yes, Ashworth had a game high or team high, 20 points, had those threes, certainly got the crowd lit up, had the uber deep three, shades of both Mitch and Ethan Rogge. But it was his defense that was every bit, if not more critical to the operation than anything else. So Cam Spencer, who used to play at Rutgers, transferred to UConn this year, is a great three-point shooter. He's third in the country, or at least he was third in the country last night coming into this game in three-point field goal percentage. 40, just a shade under 44%. In the 2 games that he has faced Ashworth has been his primary defender. And the numbers, for those of you watching in on the stream, the numbers at the top are Spencer against all teams minus Creighton. And then the numbers below that are the 2 games he played against Stephen Ashworth. Spencer, 44% three-point shooter, averaging 2.7 three-point field goals a game, and just over 6 attempts. But in the 2 games versus Stephen Ashworth, including the game where Creighton got beat up 9 games ago, Spencer is just 1 for 4 from 3. And it's really the number 4 that's the most impressive.
Yeah, that he only has taken 4 shots.
He's taken 4 shots in 2 games, 4 3-point shots in 2 games. He averages over 6 attempts per game.
Yes, you're talking about 4 fewer per game than he takes on average. It's kind of like what we talked about a little bit yesterday, John, with Kalkbrenner, and how in the first game versus UConn, he didn't take very many shots. And you're saying, and just give him more opportunities. Well, the opportunities were hard to come by in the first game.
And, this was the critique and the criticism of Ashworth was, well, he wasn't shooting well enough from 3, and he was a defensive liability. You go all the way back to the beginning of the season. The Alabama game, for example, he didn't play much in that game, especially in the second half, because he was a liability. But it started to turn around for him in Big East play. And against UConn, he held Spencer to just 2 3-point field goal attempts. And that's huge, because that's where Spencer gets his points. He is predominantly a 3-point shooter. He can score from inside, but typically he's like a Mitch Ballack type. A lot of points come from three. And so it's this defensive effort that really was critical. And it's not only that, but Alex Caravan, who's their other great wing, three-point shooter, he also held low. I think in the two games combined, those two players are just 3 of 12 from three. And we talked about it yesterday, Josh, in the run up to the game. Creighton defended well in the first game.
Yeah.
They defended very well. They held UConn to their worst field goal percentage of the season.
And then they kind of got lost in the wilderness a little bit in some of these games. The Butler one, obviously, is the one that people would bring up the most, but where they're giving up a ton of points. And so the offense is performing well, like it did in a 91-87 loss to Providence. Of course, the 99-98 loss to Butler. But now you look at their recent defensive stretch, and it seems like whatever they lost, they're finding it all over again.
And you could ask Mac, and he talked to me about it both on the air and off. Even in that Butler game, they got Butler to take a lot of the shots they wanted him to take, but Butler made them.
Mm-hmm.
Because, the thing about drop coverage and the way that Creighton plays it in the scouting report focused defense is it's about not letting the players shoot the shots that they're most comfortable shooting. And, yeah, you're going to give up some relatively free mid-range looks. Tristan Newton last night scored a lion's share of his points from mid-range. Now, there's always adjustments you can make, but you can't take away everything. The idea behind Creighton's defense is you can't take away everything, but do your best to take away what the other team does best. And for the most part, it has worked this season. It's hard to argue with the numbers. But guys like Stephen Ashworth doing his role and performing at a much higher level is a big, big reason for that.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ashworth, we caught up with him after the game. Just play a couple of clips here. But here was a little bit from Stephen Ashworth on our radio postgame show from last night.
Let's talk a little bit about the crowd tonight and really how much it helped you guys kind of bring the energy tonight.
The crowd was massive. I mean, you talk about home court advantage. CHI was that tonight. And huge thanks to all the fans that came out. We appreciate you guys. From bottom to top, it was loud from the beginning of the game, and that makes a real difference. And even the fact that we didn't even get off to a good start, for the engagement that they had to keep us in it in that early bit was huge, and it was just something that I'll never forget.
How were you guys able to cinch it up, especially early on, first 4 or 5 minutes? They already had 5 offensive rebounds. How were you guys able to kind of control that? Because it'd be easy to fall back into, oh, my God, here we go again, because that's what they did in Stores.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it was your memory serves you well in moments like that, to where we were able to really quickly get to a place where it's like, hey, if we don't fix this, we know what this story is going to be like. And so at that 4-minute media timeout, we were able to really kind of tighten things up, talk it through, make sure that in our different coverages or whatever, we're having other guys help rebound, because typically you're going to have some guys get back in transition, and they do. And so that's a large responsibility for us guards to help with the rebounding effort, and I think we cinched it up well.
John, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that going back to what he said about the start of the game is, I think, one of the more impressive parts about the final score in this is that they win by 19 points, 85-66. Creighton does, and the score earlier, it's 7-0, and then
11-3.
11-3
was the high point for UConn.
Yeah, so they're up by 8 points, and so you talk about a 27-point swing after that, and like early on, it looked clunky, it looked disjointed, and to then have the lead that they did at the halftime, that's the crazy part too. This isn't a second half explosion. This is I know that the lead continued to build, but this was a end of the first half, just kind of destruction after trailing 11-3.
Well, they Creighton started 2 of their first 9 and then proceeded to hit 9 shots in a row.
Yeah. And obviously what he did in particular, a part of that run is, I think, when the game went from, oh, wow, this might be a back and forth affair throughout the night to, oh, it's going to turn into one of those nights.
It could be one of those nights.
He was the reason it turned into, oh, it's one of those nights.
I think we mentioned this on the Grum yesterday. I know I mentioned it on the pregame show, but UConn has been so good at limiting teams shooting threes. There was only one time since December the 9th where a team had more than 7 made threes in a game, and that was Butler. They had 8.
Mm-hmm.
Only twice this year did UConn allow opponents to shoot or make more than 10 threes. And they were both, lower tier by game.
We talked about it on the show yesterday.
Losses.
Yes.
I think it was Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Where they had double-digit threes. And last night, Creighton goes 14 of 28. And I know we talked about this before, but the 4 position, that's the Doug position, has not been a position of strength this year. Mason Miller, Isaac Trout, and now Jason Green. Well, last night you got 16 points out of that position.
Mm-hmm.
Miller and Green combined for 4 threes.
Yeah, 4 of 6.
And those were Jason Green's first 3 made field goals of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And calmly hit them both from the corner. That was enormous. I thought if Creighton was going to win last night, you're going to need some. It can't be one of those games where it's just the big 4, right?
Yes.
Like it was against Butler.
Correct.
It has to. You're going to have to get some contributions. And during that run in which Creighton made 9 straight shots, 2 threes out of Francisco Farabello. Green had a 3. You needed other guys to step up as well. Because the amazing thing was Baylor Shireman didn't get his first points until, I believe, I'm going to double check, I believe it was the 13-minute mark to play in the game.
I wanted to bring that up because, first of all, I think the timing of it was just interesting given the discourse that surrounded him this week in a positive direction.
Yes.
We talked about it with Nick Baugh yesterday. You and I have talked about it ourselves as well. And that being him, the idea of him being a Big East Player of the Year. And yet, as you just mentioned, he doesn't score until late. He only finishes, it's funny, he finishes with 12 points, doesn't really tell the whole story, though. He goes 3 of 7 from the floor, does knock down a 3-pointer. But by that point in time, it was almost like the cherry on top that and now he has also added a bucket to the game. And so that they're doing all of this at the same time without him playing at that level that we have spent a lot of time talking about him being at lately.
13:48 to play in the basketball game.
Incredible.
He got an and 1 for his first points of the game. Now, and that was the other thing, that stretch of 9 in a row, Shireman's off the floor for the most part because he's on the bench with 2 fouls. But the fact that they were able to continue to defend, because Shireman has been, we talk about defense, he's had a pretty key assignment all season long. And they were still able to function. I believe they ended the first half on a 22-6 run, all with Baylor Shireman off the floor.
Yeah, that's the stuff that you can build on going into the Big East tournament and NCAA tournament. The other thing I wanted to point out too, early on we were just talking about the 7-0 run to start, the 11-3 lead that UConn had. But a tweet that I remembered and I just pulled up from last night from Matt DeMarinis at 7:48 p.m. This is not with the game. He said, UConn already with 5 points on offensive rebounds and live ball turnovers, continuation of the game in stores after the first handful of possessions. And yet, at the end of the game, the number of turnovers for Creighton is 7 versus 9, 2 of our favorite numbers on the Grum for UConn. And UConn finishes with 15 offensive rebounds versus 10 for Creighton. So, something that early on did not go very well completely disappears as the game continues.
But look at you probably don't have the box score with the second chance points. You mentioned UConn still had 5 more offensive rebounds, but they only had 1 more second chance point.
Yeah.
In that category in stores, I believe the finishing total was 19-5 or something like that.
And
from the first game.
UConn finishes with 9 points off of those turnovers. Creighton finishes with 8. So essentially it just was rendered a lot of the advantages of the first game were just not there.
We're not there.
And then obviously you add in 50% from the 3 and they finished, Creighton did about 55% from the field overall. There was that large chunk. There was a graphic late in the game. I should have written down when, but it was 60% at that time. So they were just humming right along, and then some missed shots late kind of dragged down the average to a still robust 54.7%.
Robust 54.7%.
Yeah,
indeed. Before we break, here's a little bit more from last night. Here's a part of our conversation with Greg McDermott, and certainly this one was big for him because not only was it a win over number 1, it was his 600th career win as a head coach.
600 career wins, first ever win over number 1. What does this mean to you?
It's a culmination of a lot of things. I've coached some really good players over the years that have, especially here at Creighton the last 14 years that have bought into the way that we want to play. It's not for everybody. We're going to play an unselfish brand of basketball. We're going to try to turn a good shot into a great shot. And some guys aren't wired that way, and that's okay. But this is the way we like to play. And to have it come tonight in front of this crowd, I think of Doug's senior night, maybe the Marquette game, the first Big East game. And then tonight is, three of the best that I've experienced here. This crowd was into it virtually every defensive possession for 40 minutes. So, we have Marcus Foster back there with us today and Ryan Hawkins. And, it takes you back. There's a lot of people that came before this group that allowed us to be where we are today, that put in a lot of work. And, Ryan Hawkins, the work he did his senior year when all those guys were freshmen, somehow to get that team to the NCAA tournament and win a game in the NCAA tournament, it really has set the tone. And we all know how good Marcus Foster was and how he had his fingerprints all over our success. So just you think back to a lot of the guys you've coached, that you've been fortunate to coach, that believed in you, and to do it tonight against the number one team in the country, against a UConn program that we have tremendous respect for, and we knew it was going to be a tough game. I wouldn't have guessed it would turn out the way it did, but I'm especially proud of our guys that were able to win in the fashion that we won.
Did you throw out your shoulder there, pumping your fists and doing the fist pump?
I was a little
excited.
Once in a while, I get a little excited. Some guys get excited at the referees. I get excited, try to get the crowd going once in a while. So it was really proud of our team, proud of our fans. This place was lit.
It was.
Really lit tonight. And so much fun. And, the cool thing is, those 16 guys that wear our uniform, they're never going to forget tonight. And I think most of the people that sat here and watched the game are never going to forget it either.
Yeah, there was the one moment, I can't remember which timeout was in the second half, where Mac literally came all the way out to midcourt and was doing his famous fist pump and then exhorting the crowd. I've seen him exhort the crowd before, but usually it's on the sidelines while the game's going on, and it's a little more subtle. This one was dare I say, Shaka Smart-esque.
Oh, wow.
But not in the face.
So you were
not
saying,
in the
"You
face
suck,
of the
coach.
opponent.
Stop
not
it."
in the face of the opponent, a la Shaka Smart. It was out in the open towards the crowd.
Max writes, do you guys think that this can be the precursor to something special for the stripe out theme? Maybe a Penn State whiteout-esque aura that started in 2002 with a 40-7 win over top 10 Nebraska. People see the stripe out theme.
That's when the whiteout started?
That was the first time I remember it happening.
Really?
Yeah. Where they called it a whiteout and they implored people to wear just a white
Which
shirt.
was so appropriate because Nebraska wore those god-awful all-white uniforms.
Indeed.
With the giant side piping.
He says people see the stripe out theme for the biggest games and they think that's a big game. It has a buzz. I want to be a part of it because it looked great. Top 3 atmospheres I've ever experienced in sports.
I got to give credit not only to the fans for being
Nick
very
said it wouldn't
energetic,
happen.
but they followed suit. I mean, now sure there was some white
Jack
and blue
wagons.
white and blue pom-poms in each of the sections, but as I looked around, it looked fantastic on television.
Definitely did.
And I think they were promoting it before the Butler game, but with only a 2-day run up between games, that people were able to wear the right color in their section. It looked great.
Good job, people.
By the way,
Awesome.
we mentioned Old Man Doug earlier, and you said he wouldn't storm the court. He's old. How about these photos? Look at him on the court.
Wow, Old Man Doug, a criminal in
Yeah,
John
he says,
Bishop's eyes.
I did storm the court, just got past the free throw line. The hip is just fine. That's what I like to see.
Are we sure that's not from the Seton Hall game 4 years ago?
Interesting. Oh, there is. Oh, that's a COVID mask. Good call, John. Nice eye.
No, we weren't wearing masks before
That's
that.
true.
Remember?
That's true.
We were like, oh, that's over there in China. That's not going to get over here.
That's just in the big cities. It's in Seattle and New York.
That was John's boner.
We're fine. Yeah.
Wine? I'm not the one that brought the bat to the picnic.
Behind the bat. Jeff texts in, I know you're a homer station, but you think Creighton won the Natty or something. 15/1 is not uncommon.
You're not uncommon.
Well, I mean, he's not. He's a human. Humans are very common.
So there's always a party pooper in the crowd.
We're talking about the game. They beat a number one team.
They beat a number one team. It's exciting. It's an exciting win.
John was excited.
Just like we talked about
It's
Nebraska
exciting.
beating Purdue.
Exactly.
It was an exciting game.
Yeah.
It was a thrill. It was a lot of fun.
There were stripes.
There were stripes.
But as usual, it's always the whataboutism. Oh, but what
Mm.
about? But what about?
Well, don't
but
worry.
what
We'll
about?
talk
How
about
come
other
you don't
stuff.
talk
too.
about my team. Well, you know what? I'm going to talk about your. Well, I don't even know
The
what
Dallas
his team is.
Cowboys?
No, we're not talking about.
Say the
Dallas.
Rockies?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm in baseball mode.
I mean,
now.
we will look ahead to
I'm getting
tonight's
more into
game. Well, the 17 Nebraska ball fans who are in Bloomington storm the court tonight if the Huskers win a road game in the Big Ten.
Great question.
That would be funny if they did.
That would be hilarious.
By the way,
Now, they'd probably be tackled, but all you have to do is wear those ugly-looking Indiana alternate uniforms.
Oh, dude, those are painful.
And they won't be able to see you because
Yeah.
it just looks awful.
By the way, are we going to talk about Northwestern's boner on the show today?
Did Northwestern boner on the show or yesterday? Did they have a
No,
boner?
not in basketball. In football, with their
They didn't even play.
Have you? Oh, so I'm going to share you a story then throughout the commercial
I'm going
break.
to share you a story about a man
It's
named
this will be Northwestern's boner. It is quite the story.
Boner.
Quite the story.
That
indeed.
is.
I know,
that's pretty
folks.
funny. I like
Northwestern football in February. I know it's weird, but we got to do it.
Quite the story, quite the boner.
Real quick, as we wrap up this segment, a couple of submissions to the internet is undefeated. This was a pretty. So on the Ashworth 3 that was about 10 feet behind the three-point
very
line.
deep, yes.
Someone from the upper deck, and this is from Jay's 24/7, took a picture, and there's
No, this is a video.
It's a,
and
yeah,
this
it's a
is
screenshot. Sorry,
Yes,
it's a screenshot from a video, and in between the space on the floor where Ashworth is and the basket, someone is holding up 3 fingers.
For 3.
And it's perfectly placed.
Yeah, it's very The 3 is right in front of him. You can see the whole shot
They're
happening.
doing the okay thing that they made
Oh
Herbie
no!
Husker stop
Problematic, John.
Okay,
Typical
that's
Creighton.
not problematic. That's an okay. That's an actually. It's not even.
Canceled.
That's not even an okay
Shireman,
symbol.
Or not Shireman.
That's Ashworth, and
Yeah,
he wouldn't
Ashworth
do that.
is canceled.
That's a 3 symbol.
Yeah.
What's
for,
the difference?
For 3 fingers, and then this
the
one was
same
from
picture.
No. This was from Creighton Athletics last night.
Just making a reference.
This is late in the game where the Jays got a.
Is he playing air guitar?
No. They got the ball went out of bounds, and the official was
got
pointing
one
that
arm up.
direction. So that's Francisco Farabello kind of doing the bow and pointing in the direction of Creighton having the ball.
It is good that he's bowed.
But notice in the background, grumpy Dan Hurley.
Yeah, did you see the video that I sent
I
you?
wish I could submit this and have a screenshot, but we'll just have to describe it. So
Dan Hurley did this.
Dan Hurley, the head coach
Hurley,
at UConn,
That's a Weezer album.
he put out a 15-second video where someone, I'm assuming someone did this for him. Or,
I would assume he didn't make this himself.
I mean, if he did this himself, maybe that's the reason they lost. They were doing too
Yeah.
much time making fun videos instead of prepping for the game.
He
So I'm
is-
assuming someone did this for him.
Yeah, they edited his face over Cersei Lannister's in the scene. Spoiler alert for Game of Thrones season 5, I think, where she walks naked through the streets of King's Landing, and they all say shame,
Shame.
shame,
Shame.
shame. It's
Well,
wild as-
fortunately, the way they edited the video, or
we don't
maybe
see Dan Hurley naked.
Well, we don't
Or
see Cersei
Does it get naked?
Yeah, exactly.
I believe that was a stunt naked.
It was. It was not Cersei.
It wasn't actually her naked.
Yeah, very sad. Yeah.
But it was
By
still
the way,
it was still a naked woman.
also in the background of that, you never got into Ted Lasso, correct?
No.
But man, it is so wild to see the owner of the soccer team in Ted Lasso is the horrible woman from Game of Thrones. That horrible person. She is the owner of the soccer team, the soccer club in Ted Lasso. She's a great character on the show, but in this, she's the worst. Remember at the end? Remember how she meets her maker? She's going to get tortured for all eternity.
Oh, yeah.
Not by the Hound, by what was
the Hound's brother.
Yeah, what was the Hound's brother's name?
The Mountain?
The Mountain. Oh, God. Mountains, Gandalf. Mountains.
Yeah, that was
Not
That-
great.
That was
She was going to get
that was
tortured.
that was a B word of a different kind.
Oh, indeed it was.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be pretty end for her.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. We got more coming up, including I guess Northwestern boner.
I will tell you about Northwestern's boner when we return.
Also, Dave
means
Bar
mistake.
2 still to come, and we'll
Oh.
preview Nebraska, Indiana.
Big game
tonight. Is that a
game.
6 p.m.?
Big shoes.
7:30. So 8:30 for the folks in Indiana.
Why do they love late tip-off times? I know it's TV.
Yeah, I mean that's the answer.
Well,
because
there's a game before it.
What
Is it a
is?
BTN special or is it a FS1 special?
I would assume it's BTN. Yep. Casey Tominaga, Nebraska, blah, blah, blah. The game before it is Penn State in Illinois.
Oh.
That's a Central Time game. Illinois is in the
Yeah,
Central
why
time
didn't they-
zone. Unreal.
Always messing with the teams from Nebraska.
Sad. I mean,
we'll make you tip off
Sad.
later.
Hey, John, you'll
You
be
don't-
home though.
It's not like you don't have anything to do.
You can watch the. To be fair, this is good for you though. You can get home and watch the game.
Yeah.
Well, I'll miss part of it because I got to walk Riggs tonight,
Yeah.
but I'll catch the end.
Understand.
Definitely catch the end.
All right. Cool.
But then again, if it's like the Illinois game, maybe I shouldn't walk the dog. Ooh. Because when I was walking the dog, that's when
They did well.
No,
Husker
I'm thinking of
hater.
the Wisconsin game when Wisconsin was blowing them out in the first half.
And, you know-
Was when I was walking Miss Riggs.
Uh-huh.
When I got home, the comeback happened.
Wrigley, get down.
But I must walk my dog.
Understandable.
And that is not a euphemism for anything
No.
other than
No.
I must walk my
But
dog.
we will have a euphemism for something when we return.
1620 the zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
The first time I ever did the Mel Kiper Jr. impression on TV, as though it was part of the draft. They didn't announce it as a comedic bit or anything. He says his name all the time. He does say McShay. He does say McShay, but it's not as funny as saying Todd. And I kept going, Todd. Say your name over and over and over. Hit the D hard. Todd.
Yeah, in a way, you've like ruined all Todds. How do you feel about that?
Oh, yeah.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
More spring-like weather on the way. Wednesday, expect partly sunny skies. Wind remains light throughout the day with highs in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. So hop in the driver's seat of a new Outback, Forester, or Crosstrek now at Baxter Subaru Omaha. Shop our great sales and service deals now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
You know what mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let mentality lead the way.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
I can only keep track of rednecks when they have a number on the side of their car.
On 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back to the Grum. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, by the way, a couple of things. Get your dumb debates in.
Yes.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Got some good ones, but we always could use more, even if we don't get to yours this week. We always save them back. I've got a catalog, but the catalog's getting a little thin, with the new year. We kind of clean everything out, a little spring cleaning. But send us your dumb debates to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Please use the hashtag with as many menchies as I'm not seeing as many dumb debates unless you use the hashtag.
Hashtag it.
So hashtag dumb debates. Also, when you go to 1620thezone.com, join, subscribe today. You really, really, really want to join, subscribe today, because coming very soon, we are going to have some very cool, very fun contesting surrounding the wildness of March.
John, you have been here.
I want to be careful not to say anything closer to that because
we're not allowed
NCAA trademark. But then again, everyone's, you know what? Screw it. March Madness. Sue us, NCAA. Everyone else is suing you. Good luck with that. Anyway.
We have had some very good prizes. One of your first seasons on the air, we had a prize. Remember, it was on the bottom of a bottle back when we would do shows on the road.
We gave away a trip to a bowl of something super.
Correct. The prize that we have
for soup
is among, if not the best prizes that I can remember us ever having on the station. I am so excited for this.
Even
prize.
better than that time we gave away a date with Stibbs.
Even better than the date with Stibbs, because he didn't even pay for the dinner.
Wow.
An absolute monster.
Also, another reason you want to join Subscribe Today, something you can do currently is pick a movie for Movie Club.
Oh!
Yeah,
People
please
forget about
take that burden off of Nick, please.
Yes, you get to take Nick's spot. Thank God. Thank God. Also,
by the way, our movie this week is The Untouchables.
Yes, I need to watch it. By the way,
so subscribe today. Go to 1620thezone.com. Just scroll down midway of the page. You look for the little banner that says subscribe today. It's the best club in all of sports and email. You just enter your email and that's it.
If you go to 1620thezone.com right now, John, you can take your chance at winning $5,000.
The 5K giveaway.
Yep. Hell yeah. There it is. I'm looking at the
Mark
page right
is
now.
red.
There you go. I did indeed. All right. Can we talk about Northwestern's boner now?
This isn't going back to the
boner,
the scandal that got Pat Fitzgerald fired.
We're not talking about Shrek and clapping and any of those things.
I seem to remember there was a lot of nudity involved in that.
Though, you know what? I do bet that played a part in what we're about to discuss. So Northwestern season, as I read from the Wildcat Report, you know
Louis
them.
Vaquer.
Yeah, the one guy who covers Northwestern. You know Louis from
Louis' a great guy. He's a great guy.
He is on every radio show in Nebraska the week Nebraska plays Northwestern. Put up a story earlier today with someone named Matthew Shelton, so the other Louis Vaquer of Wildcat Report.
Okay.
I'm just going to read the first 3 sentences.
Oh, no.
You ready? Northwestern's 2024 season begins in less than 7 months. The demolition of Ryan Field has already begun. Yet the Wildcats still haven't signed contracts for any of their home games.
Oh, so they're, you know what? This isn't such a bad deal. I mean, they could take out 2/3 of the seats, and outside of the times when Nebraska plays there, they don't use most of them anyway.
That's a great point. Back to the story. In a reflection of how complicated the landscape is, a source close to the scheduling process told Wildcat Report that even the date of the home opener could change to find an open field.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Field of Dreams.
Yeah. Let's see. On Monday, athletic director Dr. Derek Gregg, you remember him from such hits as
Behind the Greg.
Behind the Greg told alumni in New York City that Northwestern will play a home game at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin this season. Gregg did not specify an opponent, but the common sense option would be Wisconsin on October 19th. So they'll play a home game at Lambeau. Nice job behind the Greg. Back to the story.
They're going to play in Wisconsin?
Apparently for one of their home games, John.
What the hell?
The source shared that there are only 2 available venues for that date. That date being, let's see, October the 19th, I believe. That would be Lambeau and SeatGeek Stadium, a 20,000-seat soccer venue in Chicago's south suburbs.
What's the molest team that plays in Chicago?
That is
the Rhine Fire?
That's the Chicago Fire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, indeed, the Chicago Fire. I'm trying to remember. I thought there was another thing in here. In fact, only 2 games have locations that are pretty much set at this time, according to the source. The Wildcats play Indiana on October 5th at SeatGeek and host Ohio State at Wrigley Field on November 16th. The rest of the slate is still up in the air. There are some issues, of course, with Soldier Field and some of that stuff because of soccer and some of the games that they will be hosting. Guaranteed rate, Wrigley Field, not all those dates are available. et cetera, et cetera.
Well, yeah, they're not going to be able to play at Wrigley until after the baseball season is done. And if the Cubs can sign Bellinger, then they'll definitely be playing deep into October, if not early November.
So there you go. Final home game of the season against Illinois will also probably be played at Wrigley, though the source said that Soldier Field remains an option if the NFL schedule allows. And that's the other part. We don't know the NFL schedule yet, and we won't for probably 2.5 months. That's a post-draft thing. So we won't know that schedule for a little bit of time. Northwestern may end up playing home games. This is the end of the story now. This season at 4, possibly 5 different venues. The athletic department is still trying to piece together the scheduling puzzle. Fans are waiting to make plans. The clock is ticking and pressure mounts as each day passes.
Does that technically mean every one of their games might be a neutral site game?
I mean, technically they all will be, Nick, because they will not have a home game.
I wonder what friend of the program Mike Barron thinks about this.
Great question. By the way, their home date, sadly, we are in a divisionless era. So Nebraska will not be affected by this, which I kind of wish they were because it'd be goofy.
Yeah, Nebraska's next scheduled game in Northwestern or at Northwestern isn't until 2027, which by that time, the new stadium is supposed to be complete.
So the home games next year are against Miami of Ohio, Duke, Eastern Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, which will be played at Lambeau, apparently. Hilarious.
Wait. So,
Ohio State and Illinois. Those are their home games.
They've got to be selling that game to Wisconsin. Why would you play a home game of yours in the state of the other team in the most, famous football stadium that exists in America?
Is it to make money? Because you're going to probably fill it up because people will want to go to it.
Oh, I know.
And it will be mainly red. That will be a Wisconsin partisan crowd.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean, I have an idea, John. They have that famous practice facility by the lake. Just play in there.
Ooh, they could play in there.
Yeah, play in the famous practice facility by the lake.
Imagine all the great views.
Mm-hmm.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
John writes,
way to go, Northwestern.
Northwestern could play most of their home games at one of the large high schools in Chicago and be fine. Fans would still have room to spread out. Also, aren't Northwestern people supposed to be smart? They are supposed to be smart.
Well,
tough look.
We kind of found out last summer how not smart they really are about things much more serious than this. So
yeah, that's what's going on right now. That's what's going on right now with Northwestern.
Unfortunate for them.
Chicago's team, John. Chicago's team.
Chicago's Big Ten team.
Chicago's Big Ten team. Thank you very much.
Chicago's Big Ten team.
Johnny Pig writes, if I'm not mistaken, Northwestern is sharing a field with the Oakland A's this season. There you go.
That's true.
There you go.
Not like the A's really know what they're doing at this point either. All right, still to come, Dave Bartu. Going to yell at Josh.
And John.
Does anyone ever call him Bar2 D2?
You could ask him on the air.
You know what? Save that for when you call him.
Good idea.
And just say, hi, is this Dave Bar2 D2? Fortunately, Dave is a real, even though he's high strung, there are certain aspects of his lifestyle that are very mild and mellow.
Oh, that you would appreciate, Nick.
Yeah.
He does live in Oregon.
And mellow.
And Oregon.
1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
That first time you notice a thinning hairline, the time you weren't ready to perform, when those days you just don't want to get out of bed become a regularity. Guys, I know it stinks to get older, but John Bishop here to tell you you don't have to resign yourself to it. There's Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit, hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Say there's a lot to do this season in Nebraska's outdoors. There's always hiking in the state parks. There's bird watching. There's trout stream fishing action. There's scouting for that spring wild turkey hunting trip, and there's looking for shed deer antlers in your favorite woods. So there's no reason to be a couch potato, is there? No. Get outdoors and enjoy. Well, it's time to get all your new permits and stamps for hunting, fishing, fur harvesting, and state parks. Time to check your motorboat registration for renewal. Time to make those cabin and camping reservations in the state parks if you haven't done that already. And time to go over all of your outdoor gear for spring and summer. Get more information on Nebraska's outdoor scene by going to the Game and Parks website, outdoornebraska.gov. And that'll wrap it up. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
Hear that? It's the gentle sound of a waterfall on your hike. And if you were here, you'd take a deep breath of fresh air if you weren't so winded. But you're not here, because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. And the bugs you wipe from your headlights are all the nature you need. So if you ride, see if you could save with Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Get an online quote in as little as 3 minutes, all from the great indoors. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Eric tweets in, or texts in rather, I don't understand why Northwestern is having such a problem. There's got to be hundreds of high schools that can support their attendance levels. Hey, John, why don't
We
they
already
just go-
made that joke.
It's a different way to make the joke.
It's still the same
It's
joke,
the
though.
same joke.
Wow, I thought the joke was funny.
Yeah,
You didn't laugh.
But
ha ha!
You didn't watch a great, comedian tell the same joke in back-to-back sets, not even in the same routine.
John emails, and Nick is canceled for the rest of today's show for Bar 2D2.
It's sorry for making a funny joke.
Mm.
See, that was an actual joke.
Well, tonight, whoa, it is Nebraska and Indiana. And if there was ever a
The
game,
Pacers?
dare I say,
canceled again, Nick.
Well, you know what? The Pacers, in theory, would give Nebraska a better game than the Hoosiers will.
Yes, they're in the NBA, so I would agree with that take.
But if there was ever a road game that Nebraska could swipe to finally break the goose egg, this is the one. Because Indiana right now is on a slide. They started the year 10-3. They're now 14-11. My math says that means they are 4-8.
Oh, Scott Frost
in their last 12 games, including, and the game that started off the 4-8 stretch was the loss to Nebraska in Lincoln, 86-70. But this seems to scream a golden opportunity.
Yeah, it certainly would be.
Dare I say, and listen, I said when we were talking to Robin last week, I thought a 4-2 finish, and this is before the Penn State game, a 4-2 finish, and you feel comfortably good going into Selection Sunday. That's not counting whatever happens in the conference tournament.
Sure.
If you finish the regular season 4-2, that implies obviously you have to have at least one road win in there. That you should feel comfortably good because that'd get you to 21 wins.
Yep.
And you'd have a road win.
And this would seem like the opportunity to finally get that road win, right?
To me, this is the opportunity. I know Michigan's, hot garbage.
Yeah.
But catching a team when you do, as poorly as they have played, for the most part, most of their losses have been by double digits during this streak. I know they only lost to Northwestern by 4, but I think Northwestern was distracted by those ugly-ass uniforms. That if Nebraska does finally do what they're supposed to do, they should be okay tonight. And one of the reasons why, they were really aggressive. And I think that's good. That's a good approach to take when you go on the road. You got to take the aggression to the foe. A team's usually more comfortable at home. You take the aggression to them. Nebraska turned over Indiana 19 times the first game in Lincoln. I don't think you necessarily need 19 tonight, but get that puppy into double digits.
Yeah.
And that's a great start.
I think the thing that stands out to me with this is it is another opportunity that this program has following another nice home win to finally get that first road conference win. Like the first big win of the season, in my opinion, was not Michigan State. It wasn't anything in calendar 2023. In my opinion, it is the Purdue game. And that happened on the 9th of January. They followed that up with the Iowa game that we talked about earlier on that Friday night. Horrible performance, bad start, ties the game or take the lead in the second half. Horrible finish. All right, so what do? After that, they win against Northwestern and Ohio State, back-to-back home games in late January. What do they follow that up with? A stink bomb versus Maryland on a Saturday morning. Okay, They rebound, though, from that, John. They beat Wisconsin. What do they do after that? Well, they play well, but they lose to Illinois, and then they follow that up with another stink bomb versus Northwestern. And so here they sit, again, after 2 consecutive home wins, both of them very comfortably, even though, especially against Penn State on Saturday, a bit playing with their food, not looking that great, and yet they still win that game by 19 very comfortably. And here they sit with another chance for a road win. And, I think if you drop this, all is not lost. But first of all, the math says there's only 2 games left on the road this year. And it does become then a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy of oh my gosh, maybe they just can't do this. Maybe they are going to go winless on the road. Because I think that they can beat them. They can certainly beat Michigan. They can beat Ohio State. They could go 3-0 on the road in these final 5 games of the season. They got to do it. They have to see themselves do it. Because I've said it for about a month or so. This is a good team. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's a good basketball team. I'm impressed when I watch them. But this is still this one thing that is hanging over them. And John, again, it's not that they've lost; it's how they've lost. They've gotten embarrassed a few times on the road this year. The best performance is certainly that Illinois game. Otherwise, though, 12-point loss to Northwestern. We talked about the Iowa game. Even the Rutgers game is bad because of how that happened. That meltdown happened.
Right, it was a close loss, but they had no business losing it. They had double-digit leads in each half and let that slip away. So really, the only what I would classify as acceptable performance on the road was the Illinois game.
Yes, 100%.
Everything else has been just an absolute stinker.
Yeah, going all the way back to Minnesota.
And I really think, I thought that, this was about a month ago, I said this, that one of 2 things is going to give. Either the home mojo is going to blow up in their face. In fact, I think I said it the night of the Wisconsin game. Either the home mojo is going to blow up in their face or the road slide is going to stop.
Yes.
Well, that night, the home mojo nearly blew up in their face, but they did rally and come back. I think tonight,
I agree.
Nebraska either loses big or wins big. I don't think
you don't think there's the middle
tonight.
ground.
I don't think it'll be close. I think if Nebraska is going to break this schneid, they're going to do it in a big way, like a 10 to 15 point way. And quite frankly, they could, dare I say they should, given how poorly Indiana has been in conference. But if, they let Indiana, if they don't turn Indiana over, if they let Indiana shoot threes like they're capable of, and that was the other thing, even though they beat Indiana by 16 at home, they allowed Indiana to hit half their threes. Fortunately, Nebraska was very efficient inside on 2-point field goals and did turn them over so many times. That's why I think turnovers are going to be so big tonight, because Indiana can shoot the ball, but they're not good in a lot of other things. So, yeah, I just have a feeling that when it's going to happen big.
Yeah.
Instead of, eking out something. And listen, we're not in a spot here where beggars can be choosers. Nebraska wins an ugly 1-point game. So what?
Yeah, sure.
That's not going to matter in the bigger picture of making the tournament. Just get that W. Forget about how it looks. I just have a feeling, though, based on just the mentality and the mood and everything around this team, because they have played so many poor games this year on the road, that when they put it together, it's like when you've been experimenting with different recipes, and every time it comes out, it's like, God, this is awful. And then you hit it, and it's like, damn, that's good.
Yeah.
The recipe is good. Yes.
The recipe, yeah. What were you referring to? I don't even know what you're saying. What the hell are you talking about?
Nothing. It's fine.
What are you doing?
It's fine, John. Nothing.
What do you do with yourself over there?
Don't worry about what I'm doing with myself over here.
Shut up and edit my videos.
Wow.
I'm sure we had a good video segment you could be editing. Anyway.
Probably something from the crossover.
Could be something from the crossover. Anyway, but I think if it happens tonight, it'll happen in a big way.
Couldn't agree more. And
It'll
again, that
be
goes
a relatively comfortable win.
Goes back to what I said a few minutes ago. It's a good team, so prove it. Like you can do it. I think what you said too about the home stuff is going to finally end, or the road stuff is finally going to end. Obviously, Nebraska fans are hoping that it's the latter, not the former. The home success really came close, and they pulled that one out. And otherwise, man, they are killing people at PBA.
People forget the last time they lost at PBA was to Creighton.
That is true, Nick. Thank you for reminding Nebraska fans of that fact.
That's true.
They appreciate that, I'm sure.
That's true. Make Kent Pavelka scribble something inspirational on his score sheet tonight and put a picture of it on his social media because he does that.
Oh, I know. It's very cool. You should.
I see him on the Facebook.
Oh my gosh, you're so
I thought you used that for cooking recipes.
And
not
apparently
Kent
Kent Pavelka.
Well, he's one of the few people I haven't blocked
Oh.
or muted because of all their political takes. Yeah, he's always scribbling an inspirational
You
note
should
and then
start
taking a
doing
picture.
that on yours. You could be like,
I don't write on mine because it's behind a laminated sheet. and
Behind
it's
the
just like-
sheet.
when the dog goes to the store.
I mean,
the Jays win.
I don't do that.
What does that
because
mean? You're speaking in riddles.
because I'm used
You sound
to
like
winning.
somebody I know.
Wow, jeez, can you believe this guy? Chance writes, last time Caitlin Clark lost was in PBA as well. People forget, Nick.
People do forget.
There you go.
She's still my goat.
Coming up next. Yesterday we had conversation regarding Matt Rule and wanting to change the way Nebraska schedules, and it was met with disapproval by the members of this panel.
Yes, but not by our next guest.
But our next guest thinks they should have been doing this all along.
He has the plans for the Death
Old
Star.
man Doug, I think, disagrees with our next guest. He says, seriously, how accurate has Dave Barry been historically? Seems like he always gets Nebraska.
Barry, isn't that syndicated columnist?
I don't know who this is. He says, seems like he always gets Nebraska football wrong. Compare him to Ken Pom in basketball. I don't know what this email meant, Doug. Dave Barry.
I think Dave Barry was a syndicated columnist.
Barry? What does he think about
He would
Nebraska
show up
football?
in those. You remember those when you used to get the Sunday paper? They had those
man, I love
parade
that.
magazine things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I
was
think
in
he
there.
Yeah, I think.
Did he
so.
write about football?
I mean, it was a parade magazine. And it's outside of the All-American team they did. It was just like a miniature homes and garden, Better Homes and Gardens.
Huh. All right. Well, Doug's out on that guy. Don't worry, Doug. We're not having Dave Barry on. This is Dave Bar 2.
This is Dave Bar 2.
1620 The Zone. Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no wrecks to avoid. We do have one stall-causing delays over in Counts Bluffs on northbound I-29 just past the 16th Street exit. Otherwise, over here in Omaha, delays on L Street for eastbound commuters at 42nd. Also slow going on eastbound L Street around 96th. On eastbound Industrial Road just before 144th. On Dodge for both directions around 90th. And then also some delays if you're west on Dodge between 680 and 108th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Cash Blast from the Nebraska Lottery is back. Up until April 2nd, buy a 2x2 ticket and enter to be one of 14 weekly winners of $5,000 or $500. Details at nelottery.com. 2x2 top prize odds, 1 in 105,000.
Here at the Salvation Army of Omaha, providing food to families in need is one of the most important things we do. And this year, the demand for food is on the rise at our Omaha pantry. That's why we're teaming up with 6 News WOWT for the Love Beyond Hunger food drive. There are 2 ways you can donate. Bring non-perishable items to our in-person food drive event at 87th and Dodge on March 14, or just donate online right now at salarmyfooddrive.org. That's salarmyfooddrive.org. Thanks for your support.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi.
You know, it's been a while since we've talked to our next guest.
It has been, indeed.
He used to be a semi-regular, and then you said something that pissed him
No,
off.
I did not. Stop blaming me for
And now,
everything.
And now, how ironic is it that something you tweeted pissed him off so much that we had to get him back on the show?
It's always nice to
It's
talk
like
to him.
it's like a perfect circle.
And his last name is not Barry.
Good band.
No, his last name is not Barry.
No, and Nick did ask him if he's ever been called Bar2D2.
Oh.
Yeah, and he said because he was a child of the 70s, yes.
Ah, he's a Gen Xer.
Well, yeah. Can't you tell by how smart he is? Hi, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Hi, kids. How's it going?
Good, man. How are
Very good.
you?
It's our old buddy Dave Bar2 from the wilderness of northwestern America.
Yep. It's been far too long. It's been far too long. And then, Josh and I had a little bit of a Twitter exchange, and people seemed to like it. And then he asked me to come on and maybe address points of view.
Yeah, it's not even like we had an exchange. You quote tweeted me, and then my mention filled with garbage for the next 24 hours is what happened, Dave.
Well, garbage take, garbage response. Right? So, but hey, before we go into your take and your questions of me, I think maybe we should preface to all the listeners, because it's been a long time since I've been on. I was on for a lot. I think you idiots even let me host the whole show one time remotely from here in Oregon. Right? That was cool.
You did.
But a lot of things have changed for me since then.
Yes.
What I do in college football and now in the NFL is vastly different than a little bit ago. So,
now, originally, you're the man behind the Matrix, which was really kind of our first foray into analytics.
It was. You're right.
It really was. I mean, just as analytics was starting to get some more popularity, it had been in baseball, and it started to branch into football. Dave was kind of our gateway into that. But now, Dave, the Matrix has, well, just like the Matrix does, it expands and it bleeds into other universes and it evolves.
It evolves. And what we've evolved into, staffing in college football. We really didn't see a quality need for analytics on the field in game. Football moves too fast. Everything you see on TV, I don't buy most of it. Okay, it's just not quantifiable, the speed at which college football moves and everything like ESPN says when you're watching the game. So we went off field, and so we started working on analytics in coaching. And now our database is over 16,000 coaches since 2010. We have everybody graded you could think of in college football. And so we started working with programs in college football on that. Then the NFL caught on to it. if you haven't noticed this year, a lot of stuff moving from college to the NFL. And then we're also correlating college coaching grades to the draft and how good guys perform based on their college coaching. So as you can imagine, NFL is very interested in that. But in spite of most of our focus on coaching, I still love dabbling in the dark arts of scheduling and being a devil's advocate, right? And so what Josh brought up really was a scheduling thing. So my ears popped up. I'm like, oh, scheduling. Let's talk scheduling. Now, this is I love telling this story because this is my first time a college football program ever reached out to me. It was a Big Ten program too. They reached out to me about scheduling because I'd been tweeting a lot about scheduling, and I'd worked with a lot of SEC teams on concepts, but I was on spring break. I was at my mom and dad's house, right? And it was in the middle of nowhere. I mean, you're talking somewhere between like Scotts Bluff and Crawford, right? I mean, way out there. And I got up in the morning and I was all out of limes. And how can I have a gin and tonic without limes? So I had to walk across the footbridge, cross the river, over to the store and get limes. As I'm coming back, my phone rang. And I'm like, oh, that's weird. You know, I rarely get reception. I answer it. Boom. I'm on a conference call with an AD and a Big Ten staff. And they didn't want to schedule tough. The AD wanted a home and home with LSU. And now this was a program that was trying to rebuild itself. And my simple thing was, do you want to go 8-4 while losing to LSU, or beat somebody like Louisiana Valley School of Dentistry, go 9-3, have some top 25 games in November, and get some momentum? So my position won out. They ended up the year that they would have played LSU. LSU beat the bejesus out of Syracuse. That program went top 25. They went 9-3. They had 2 top 25 games. They finished in the top 25. They haven't finished. I don't think they've finished outside the top 25 since then. So scheduling has always been of real interest to me. So that's kind of, when we get to Josh's question, that's kind of my background on it. It's been over a decade that I worked on it. Now, I also told you about my devil's advocate stuff, right? Did I ever tell you the story about Nick Saban, Brett Bielema, and Rich Rod?
No.
All right. So they all walk into a bar. No, I'm kidding. But I got in the middle of it, right? And this was several years ago, obviously. Brett was at Arkansas. Nick was still at Alabama, and Rich Rod was at Arizona. And this was that pace of play thing, right?
Yes.
And the argument was, oh, well, if you run more plays, you get more injuries, right? Well, A, that's a stupid argument, because if you reverse engineer it, it basically says you shouldn't run plays or play football because you get hurt, right? So that's silly. But I started looking at it, and I said, okay, that's not a level playing field. So I took 10 years of injury data, and I looked at all of it every year for 10 years. And do you know which conference have the highest rate of starts lost to injury? SEC.
Okay.
For 10 consecutive years. Highest rate of starts lost to injury for 10 consecutive years. You know which was the biggest conference by weight for 10 consecutive years?
SEC.
SEC. Oh my gosh. So you're telling me that the big guys hurt each other a lot more than the littler guys, right? Well, okay, who's number 2? Guess who was number 2 in injury per snap for 10 consecutive years?
Big Ten.
Big Ten. And guess who was number 2 in injury in weight for 10 consecutive years?
B1G.
Big Ten. ACC was number 3 right across the board. Pac-12, number 4 right across the board, right? The Big 12, the fast conference full of little guys. Least number of starts lost to injury per play, right? And now that happened for 10 straight years, but something changed. Something changed. And what changed was the Big Ten went to 9 conference games. Guess over the last 5 years, which conference leads college football in starts lost to injury per snap over the last 5 years?
Big Ten.
Big Ten. Whoa, shocking, right? But let's take it a step further. I also looked at the group of 5. Did you know that starts lost per snap at the group of 5 level over those 10 years was 3 times less than the Power 5? 3 times less. The NFL starts lost to injury career or seasons lost to injury was 300% more at the NFL level. It is like, it's a rule of 300. It's a 3X rule. NFL, you're going to get hurt 3 times as much as Power 5, which is 3 times worse than G5. This is why FCS and Division 2 can get away with a 64, 128 team playoff. They're little guys that don't get hurt, right? So you start adding these games up. Now we're going to go to a playoff. 13, 14, 15. You're going to have some team is going to have to play up to 17 games to win a national title now. 17 games. Dude, that's a lot of football games.
Yes,
right? So you start looking at it that way. And so I think one of the things you have to look at when you're looking at scheduling, which is part of Josh's question and comment, was the physicality index of it. You know, now you guys, we're kind of new into it. I got a question for you guys. Do you guys think that now recruiting has remained pretty steady for everybody, right? Georgia 1, Alabama 2, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
blah, blah.
hasn't changed dramatically, no.
Right, it hasn't changed dramatically. But do you feel that the depth has been hurt through the new free agency now? You like recruit as well, but your depth just isn't there. Kind of levels the playing field a little bit, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, both of you? No? Yes, no?
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. We're just so early into the process that I haven't been able to totally wrap my arms around it.
Right. But given the idea of a physicality index, right, and less depth, the tougher the games you play, the more hurt you're going to get, right? I mean, if Nebraska played 12 Big Ten games, they're going to be significantly more hurt and injured going into a Big 10 championship game or a playoff game than if they played 5 Big Ten games and 7 non-conference ones, right? Especially if the 7 non-conference are quote-unquote cupcakes. So one of the things we got to look for is now we're not going 12-0, 13-0. We got to go 16 games. We got to go 17 games. Unless you believe that Nebraska is never going to get to the playoffs. If you only care about the first 12, then who cares about the rest of it, right? But I think you guys all want to see Nebraska in the playoffs and contending again, don't you? That's what you expect.
And that was the point that Matt Rule was making to Tom Chattel. This wasn't about we're trying to build a program. We just want to rack up, easy wins. This was more about positioning for Nebraska, what they hope to be a future playoff appearance.
Right. So, and that's, and so then you start looking at games because I saw Josh was like, oh, what about some exciting non-conference games, right? Now, the difficulty in the non-conference games in September is that teams get crappy after 4 years, right? You may schedule Baylor top 25 today, but they're 3-9 the next year, right? You could schedule national champion Texas and they go 5-7 the next year, right? You can schedule Washington and Chris Peterson. 5 years later, Jimmy Lake has them out of a bowl, right? So trying to schedule good games in advance is nearly impossible, number one. Number two, strength of schedule, now that there's 9 conference games for just about everybody, strength of schedule doesn't mean anything, right? It's for seeding purposes later on, but you cannot control it at all. So that makes it difficult. And, really when it comes down to it, you don't remember the schedule, right? You don't remember the schedule. I mean, Josh, how old are you now?
I am 35.
35. So you don't even remember Nebraska 94, 95, 97 titles.
I remember the 97 one, but that's it.
90. Oh, okay.
That
But
sucks.
John, I know you remember.
I remember.
He's 100 years old. Of course he does.
Not 100 years old.
How about 94 where they beat Miami just to a pulp?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. It was the famous, the Miami's down on a knee, gassed.
Oh my
Warren
God,
Sapp,
right?
Hall of Famer, down on a knee, gassed.
Do you remember who they beat that year?
Who Nebraska beat?
Yeah. Do you remember they beat Miami, right?
Yeah.
And they beat Oklahoma, right?
Yes.
And those are the only 2 top 25 recruiters they played that entire year, right? They only had 7 conference games. They played Pacific. They played an FBS or a G5 West Virginia, right? They had 5 non-conference games, and they were all Division II FCS or G5. But you don't remember because you don't care. You were 13-0 when you won a national title, right? And if you look at 97, 95, 94, Nebraska won 3 national titles in those years. And in those years, they played a grand total of 7 top 25 teams. For Nebraska to win a national title today or anybody, you're going to have to play 7 top 25 recruiters in 1 year. So I know it's really cool to go, God, I want a better schedule. But to get a better schedule, you have to change the way you look at it. You have to look at the whole ball of wax. This isn't 97, 95, 94. This is a battle of attrition. You have injury rates. You have physicality indexes unlike anything that we've ever seen. And I know it would be fun to have exciting games for 4 months, September through December. But you can't tell me for a minute the greatest game of your life is going to be a playoff game in Lincoln. Can you imagine the playoff game in Lincoln in December? Dude, I will personally crawl naked through broken glass.
Don't do that. Don't make that promise.
Yeah.
Just come to the game. You don't have to crawl anywhere naked.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean. I mean,
Yes.
Oklahoma, they're going to be like, are they drilling for oil in Nebraska? Because, I mean, the Richter scale is going to move. And do you know how you get to that playoff game? You win football games. It doesn't matter who you beat.
So, Dave, real quick.
It doesn't matter who you beat.
So, I think that, I don't know if you realize, like, John and I agree with you wholeheartedly. We just don't care. I am not viewing this, and John is not viewing this through the lens of what will present Nebraska with the easiest opportunity. I want to be entertained, and I want to watch conferences play good out of conference games. So
we're the guys sitting in the Coliseum. We want to see the Lions go up against the Gladiators.
My issue is that I want everybody else to do what I want them to do. It's not that I don't think this is smart, because it obviously is. I just hate that this is what we have to do as a sport.
But you want to be entertained.
Yeah.
Right? And the most entertaining game you are going to get at Memorial Stadium is going to be a playoff.
Yeah, I mean, if they ever get good again, sure.
And the only way they get there, right? The only way they get there is 10, 11, or 12 wins. That's the only way, right? I mean, your average top 11 team for the last 10 years is 11.2 and 1.43. That's your average top 11 team. Okay? And there's only been 6 teams finish in the top 11 of the playoff committee the last 10 years that are 9-3. 3 of those are the SEC. All right. So if you want that entertainment, that ultimate rush, that ultimate high, you want that home game in Memorial Stadium in December. That's what you want. That's what I want. That's what everybody listening.
Dave, why can't we want every conference to have to play one Power 5 team or Power 4, whatever we're going to use? Why can't we want that to happen every September for every league?
Okay, and again, you're guessing. What if it's a crappy game?
No, but I'm just saying, at least it's on the schedule.
How is that? You're playing a team that was 2-10. You're playing Vanderbilt. Wow, that's so exciting, dude! Look at your stadium. You fill it up every September playing Bahama School of Dentistry. It doesn't matter, right? And I understand from what your standpoint is, like, I want to be entertained all the time, but you can't have the rush, or you could. I mean, you could still schedule wicked tough, but look at your national titles you already have at Nebraska. None of those schedules were that hard. They weren't, right? You want to believe they were, but they beat 2 top 10 recruiters and won a national title, and that's cool. But we're talking about odds to get to the playoff. The tougher the schedule, the harder it is to get there. The more you're going to get beat up, the harder it is to get there. The more you get beat up, the harder it is to win when you get there, because you've suffered too much attrition. This is a situation. You cannot have your cake and eat it too and have the expectations. If you want to have a monster 12-game schedule in the regular season, then you need to say, I don't care we go to the playoffs or not. That's what you're saying, right? You can't have it.
And that is, for the record, that is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not talking just about this from a Nebraska point of view. Like, I want Alabama to have to play a power team. I want LSU to have to play a power team. I want Oregon to.
Alabama, Texas was an intriguing game last year.
Why? I mean,
because we like watching games, Dave, between good teams.
I'd rather watch Texas play Alabama than Alabama play.
Dave, you are viewing this obviously through the lens of coaches and programs. Like, I am not, though.
I know. And if you want set schedules, call the NFL.
Well, I mean, honestly,
homogenize, go to the NFL, watch NFL games.
And that's what college football is going to get to, which is the irony of this is that John and I don't want the sport to move in that direction, and I'm guessing it's going to move in that direction.
It may.
I think it will.
Like, you know something, but careful what you wish for.
No, I'm not, and I'm not wishing for that.
No. We're not wishing for the Super League, but yeah, I mean, it's probably going to get there. My question for you is this, Dave. Is the pull of not having all Power 5 schools on your schedule going to be enough to kind of keep this version of college football that we've gotten used to together, because we're still going to have the power schools that are going to want their cake and eat it too. In other words, they're going to want all the control of the playoff and everything that goes with it, but they still want to just feed the group of 5 teams enough of a crumb to keep them relevant so that they can still put them on their schedule. Thus, they're not playing an all SEC or an all Big Ten schedule, which is what a lot of people are assuming is going to happen if we get a Super League.
Right. And if you do that, see, now let's say you go Super League. Guess what? Somebody's got to lose, man. Somebody's got to come in last place.
I agree.
You know, how long, you know, you look at the last 10 years of playoff teams. Okay. Last 10 years of playoff teams, minus 2020. So really last 9 years. 2020 doesn't count for anything when it comes to college football in my mind. Okay. You look at the final top 11, 87% of those teams came from the top 5 recruiters in every conference.
Yep.
87% came from the top 5 recruiters. Now, if Big Ten and the SEC say, hey, we're just going to take our football and go away, guess what? All those teams at the bottom end of the recruiting, they're never going to see 500. Right? How many Arkansas, Mississippi State, you know, South Carolina, Michigan State, Washington, UCLA don't care. Right? How many of these, you know, Minnesota fans, how many of them are going to go, yeah, I'm cool with 4 and 8 for the rest of my life because we're making a lot of money and it's a cool league? It's not cool. Right? And then what's next? Oh, we're going to start drafting guys. Good Lord. Right? You know, and so who knows where it's going to go? Just follow the money. Right? That's usually the obvious one. But right now, for what we got, we have this 12-team playoff for the next decade. And I believe it's no different today than it was before. Actually, I think it's more important to schedule lighter than ever because, like I said, that physicality index, and the Big Ten is wicked tough. Nebraska is going to, they have 5 top 15 recruiters in their conference right now. They are going to face at least 3 of them every single year. And if they get to a conference championship game, that's 4. That is more top 25 recruiters in 1 year without even getting to the playoffs than any Nebraska national championship team ever had to face any individual year. So I get where you're coming from wanting to have that in September, but scheduling it and actually having that team good that year, you're just throwing darts, man. There's just no way you can predict that. So I agree with every coach, specifically what Matt's saying about this from the standpoint of goals of the program. Where do you want to go? And, well, it's a choice if you want to make September hard because now we have 2 paths, right? If you win out, go 12-0, lose your conference championship game, you can still get in. If you play a tough September and go 0-4, you can run the table and still get in by winning the conference title. You have 2 paths now. You have choices in scheduling. I just don't agree that it's the right path for a program to pursue an extremely hard schedule because with the playoff committee, there's 0 reward for that. The only thing that counts is winning football games.
Unless you're Florida State.
You know? Right? There you go. Well, that's what happens when you pursue the NCAA.
That is true.
Shouldn't have had that quarterback got hurt, but otherwise.
You know, Dave, the famous stat we always used to talk about back in the day was how no national champion had ever come out of the top 11 recruiters, according top 10 according to the Matrix or your numbers. Is that still a fact, or did Michigan break that this year?
Clemson. No, Clemson broke it with Watson.
Okay.
And Michigan broke it this year again. This is where the free agency has me kind of interested in because we saw a 13.2% drop in overall scoring efficiency in college football this year. Massive drop. I mean, that Michigan team would, by the numbers, would just get absolutely thumped by the last 10 national champions. And which probably isn't the case, you know, but I just think there is, you know, with the way things have gone, I think there's a little bit more of a leveling of playing field, but still you have to have other things You have to have previous year performance. You have to have coaching grades. And Michigan coming in, top 10 graded coaching staff, as it has been for the last 22 years, in terms of the national champion. So there's some other factors that we've come up with, but even still, 24 national champions, only 2 have recruited outside the high school top 10 for the last 4 years. Clemson was 12, Michigan was 12, 13 this year.
Dave Bartu, Matrix Analytical. Now he's branched out into many other things. By the way, how's farm life? Have you gotten a new combine recently?
No, I don't do much farming anymore.
No more farming?
Man, you really do just adapt and change.
Don't need to do that. Well, that farming is the most underappreciated, toughest thing in the world. Oh, speaking of which, I saw some ads. That stupid joke like farmer wants a wife.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that is the biggest bunch of crap without watching a second of it, because I don't know any real farmer that has 1 second available to do anything but eat, sleep, and farm. That is the biggest crap in the world. But,
well, then how did that explain my grandparents having all these kids?
Oh, well,
because they needed help on the farm.
It was a different time.
I could explain how that happened, but
when
I'm
a
not
man
sure
loves
this
a
is the
woman.
show to do that, John. You're
Listen,
pretty
we've
selfish,
already
brother.
talked about boners on this show.
Merkel's boner.
Merkel's boner.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's but I've been staying busy with other things. Started working with the NFL Alumni Association on some stuff, but in the last 60 days, the number of discussions I've had with NFL clubs has just been, wow. You want to talk about a group looking for any edge possible? Holy moly. That is an interesting group of people on that side of the fence.
Have you talked with at least a representative from every franchise or just a select few?
9.
9. Okay.
So about a third of the league.
You got to understand, we just started. It took us 2 years to work on draft data and correlating it with our coaching data. So we just started coming out with this. I mean, this is 9 in like 6 weeks, right? I mean,
That's incredible.
it is, yeah. It's interesting, and it's interesting by position how much coaching is showing to affect or not affect a player going into the NFL, how ready they are, and it's by position. It's not universally a set thing. You have a good coach, you're going to perform well. It really varies depending on the position. So just fascinating stuff all the way around, how we can have a small, very, very tiny impact in football.
If you'd like to add a chapter to that book, I'll drop you this little hint, this little inside knowledge. If you're a tight end and you come from Iowa, you're going to be really good. Drop that knowledge on another NFL team next time. That'll sell you some more product.
That's going to get it. That's going to get it. So, well, I am breaking down. Like I said, as I mentioned, I gave you a couple of metrics on top 11 rankings over the last 10 years. So I'm going to be further breaking that down in terms of coaching and recruiting, blah, 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 blah. Once I get it all done, I'll let you know, and we could have a whole segment just talking about what do you need to do just to make the playoffs. Record, recruiting, coaching, everything, because we understand the playoff committee very, very well, as you guys know.
Yes, you do.
I mean, we modeled their behavior was the same every single year, except Florida State. That's what was weird. They went 10 years. They all used the same model. Everything was ranked absolutely. We had never missed a final top 10 ever in the previous 9 years, even COVID year. Everything. They all behaved the same until they used the little nuclear button and said, oh, your superstar is hurt. We don't have to rank you there, right? Florida State, by all purposes, and people forget, that was if they were in the playoffs, that was the second best defense behind Michigan. But no, all they could do is focus on the quarterback. So I think Florida State got ripped off, and I do believe the playoff committee, I know they have the clause in there to nuke Florida State, but by the behavior of the last 9 consecutive playoff committees, they're the only playoff committee that went outside the line to rank somebody what we feel is inappropriately outside the ranking rules, except, of course, they had the injury clause, which they used.
Ah, yes. Dave Bartu, Matrix Analytical. Dave, always good to catch up with you. It's been too long.
Appreciate it. You know where I'm at. Don't be a stranger.
We won't, and we will definitely catch up when it comes to get before the season. We talk about the playoff because it's going to be a whole new realm, a whole new frontier with 12 teams and how it's all going to factor in. And now teams are going to be dropping other teams from schedules, and pretty soon Nebraska is going to be playing Lincoln High, and
oh boy,
Dave will be happy.
It'll help them pick up dubs, though.
We got Nebraska ball on tonight. Aren't you at the Hoosiers?
Yes, Nebraska is at the Hoosiers tonight.
Yep, 77-74.
Look at that.
Wait,
Wow.
Are you picking a Nebraska win?
I didn't say that.
Oh.
Are you picking an Indiana win, or are you just announcing a score without a winner?
The red team. Just depends on the shade.
No. I'm going Indiana +1.
Uh-oh.
77-74.
Uh-oh.
Sad.
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably.
No,
Nebraska.
not you, Evil Kent. That was Evil Dave.
Mm-hmm.
David, blessings to you. Thanks. And we'll catch up again.
Thank you, Dave.
Appreciate it, brothers.
You bet. Dave Bartu of the Matrix. He still has the same spastic energy
Yes,
as
he
he's
does.
always had. I
Yeah.
mean, this guy can, it's almost, the mouth almost moves faster than the mind. He's just, it's
I know
just,
what that's
but
like.
but it's fact. I mean, and listen, well, he's not wrong.
No, again, as always with this discussion, and I wonder if there was something a little bit missed and not just with Dave, but with you and I and a lot of our listeners or people that want to yell on Twitter. It's not that I don't think that this is smart. I think Dave thought he would catch us like, oh, but this is going to help Nebraska. It's like, I know. I don't want to watch
But that's
that,
not
though.
our motivation is we want to see games like Alabama, Texas.
And this
We
is-
want to
yes.
see games like, Oklahoma, Ohio State.
And I hope that I reemphasize one more time. This is not about Nebraska on an island or in a vacuum. I want the whole sport to approach it. Like I like this tweet from Ian. For years, I've wanted college football to follow college basketball conference challenge format. Unfortunately, it sounds like we're moving further and further away from that. The smarter move is to do what Dave is saying. I don't like it, though. It's bad for the sport. It's bad for the fans.
But again, and this is where I'm a little fuzzy on if Matt Rule is saying this because he's hearing about it from other coaches inside the community.
Or from people like Dave, honestly.
But when you look again at future conference schedules, the Michigans, the Alabamas, the Georgias, the Texases they're still scheduling the same way. There's still some what we would perceive today to be attractive non-conference games coming up over the next decade. Now,
So same with Nebraska, though,
are they
right?
looking at dumping those?
Correct, just like Nebraska supposedly is.
Is the move in the direction of dumping those?
Yeah.
Or are they going to stick with them? We'll see.
Bingo. So, that's the thing, right? Like, as of today, Nebraska is still scheduled to play Oklahoma and Tennessee and Arizona and Oklahoma State. Now,
that is true. They haven't canceled any games
Correct.
yet.
Going off the Shell column, I tend to think that they are going to try to punt on these. Are other schools going to look to do the same? And will the Alabama schedule or Ohio State schedule that right now looks very, very difficult and, in my mind, appealing to me rather as a fan, will that change? And then this whole conversation is rendered moot.
Are we having a big staring contest right now? Because you don't want to be the first team to start doing this willy-nilly. Like if Georgia came out today and said, hey, that series we've got coming up against, I'm trying to remember who they had.
I think Ohio State or something like that, right?
But remember that series we had with Ohio State? Yeah, we're dumping that, and we're dumping the series with, Florida State, and we're dumping this series. That no one wants to be the first one to do it because that will be the team that catches all the flack and provides the cover for Nebraska, Oklahoma, Ohio State, who follow suit.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we're looking at here?
It's a great question. Jay's fan writes, did Josh see the moron tweeting him that we need to schedule FCS teams so fans can afford to go to games? I did see that person.
You know what's going to happen if this happens? You know what's not going to happen? The price of your ticket going down.
Correct. Yeah, I saw someone saying their reasoning was actually different than everybody else's. It was, I want affordable games. I'm like, I understand that too.
I realize that it's a is the dynamic pricing scale or a progressive pricing scale where, like, if Nebraska is playing in Ohio State, that ticket price is going to be more expensive than a non-conference game against an FCS school.
Yeah.
But when you buy season tickets, you're paying for the whole thing in bulk. You're not really paying on a per game basis.
Yeah, and I guess if you want to buy tickets to go to a individual game, like you can find them cheap out there on the secondary
Sure.
market.
But when you're buying season tickets, the price is already set.
Yeah.
And if Nebraska switches to an all FCS schedule in the non-conference, not saying they are, I'm just using Extreme as an example, your season ticket price ain't going down.
Correct. I couldn't agree more. There's some more responses that I want to get to real quick on the other side. Also, they keep talking about CFP and the future of that. The idea of a number apparently came up today, according to Pete Thamel, that is odd to me. It's not an odd number of teams, but it is an odd number of teams. It's not an odd number. It's an odd number of teams.
Okay.
Cool.
You'll understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
That's called a tease.
Number boy.
Mm-hmm.
1620 the zone.
Previously on the crossover, we have the Valentino's ice cream.
Oh, he's going to defend it. This is wild. This is wild. This is so gross.
It's not unlike, now I wouldn't eat this regularly, but it's a little like if you threw it in the freezer.
But blended it first.
Probably a little blended, but...
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Light winds and a lot of sunshine today, but we're having clouds start to filter in for your Wednesday night. And we're going to start warm tomorrow morning, a temperature near 40 degrees. Clouds will be there, but they're going to decrease throughout the day tomorrow, and we're going to hit a high near 58 degrees with a little bit of a breeze as well. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the time-saving traffic center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We are getting reports, though, some delays if you're west on I-80 between 42nd and 60th. Delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and 24th. You're east on Industrial Road, delays around 144th. And if you're west on Dodge, slow going from 680 to 114th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Coffee comes from a plant. Tea comes from a leaf. Kratom comes from a leaf. Kratom may seem new, but it is an all-natural product that has helped people for centuries alleviate discomfort, anxiety, and so much more. At 42 Degrees, we carry the largest selection, highest quality Kratom, so that you can receive all the benefits of Kratom. At 42 Degrees, we care about your health, so ask for our Kratom at any of our multiple locations. For hours and locations, go to 42degrees.com. Buy your mom's house.
Thursday, February 22nd is your last chance to see Omaha Maverick men's basketball as they gear up for the conference tournament. Join the Maverick men for senior night as they take on Oral Roberts. This is always a classic matchup. Plus, with just 4 home games left, your Omaha Maverick hockey team takes on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup on Friday and Saturday night. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
Old creepy guy.
The 1620. The Zone.
Before we get to the thing I teased about the playoff.
About odd numbers versus odd numbers.
Nailed it. If you saw us on the video pointing at the TV, wondering what the hell's going on, well, we have Around the Horn on. And they were talking about the Creighton win over UConn last night. And had a little graphic.
Oh, what dumb thing did Wilbon say this time?
No, this is Around the Horn. He's not on that. He's on Pardon the Interruption, which is now on. There he is.
Oh, great. I'm sure he's got something really intelligent and witty. Hey, dumbass, Northwestern doesn't have a place to play football next year.
Yeah, Wilbon.
Way to go.
But on the graphic on the bottom, it said Con/Cray. Takeaway from number 15 Blue Jays upset over number 1 Huskies, ?
Well, the way you said that, were you just stifling a burp?
No, Nick, I was not, though. Thank you for asking, because I did just finish some pretzels. Takeaway from number 15 Blue Jays upset over number 1 Huskies. You know, I always laugh when I get the game notes, because like I'll be on the call for Creighton and Villanova Saturday morning on 1620 The Zone. We're on the mothership this weekend, baby. And in the notes, I always giggle to myself because there's a paragraph. It's Blue Jays, not Blue Jays. And I'm always like, who needs this? Who's this for? Around the Horn apparently needs it, John. Around the Horn. So there you go. That's what happened.
I'm not surprised.
Do you want reaction or do you want the odd numbers first?
Well, let's get the reaction first so we stay on subject. So we were talking about, the scheduling philosophy and maybe Matt Rule suggesting that Nebraska should dump its Power 5 non-conference games in the future.
So David texts into the show, 402-951-1620. Thing to think about now is that the Big 10 and SEC have far more quality teams. In the Big 12, there were maybe 2 to 3 good teams in the league, so we needed the better non-con. Now, like half of the teams in those 2 leagues are high quality. In the end, we will have much better quality games because the leagues are so much better. Like, that's not what this is about for me.
No.
And I think that this topic it's not that it's jumped the shark. I just think that everyone's talking past each other.
Yes, they are.
That's what it is. The conference is it's much tougher. I'm not going to argue.
Sure it is.
That's not what this is about for me. I want to see geographic differences coming together to play football games in weird locations. I want to see Nebraska go to Knoxville. I want to make that trip. I'm probably not going to get to make that trip because they're probably not going to go there. I liked it when a few years ago Nebraska played in Eugene or when they played in Seattle a few years before that. I would love to see them play LSU or Florida State or Clemson.
Yeah, do we just want to see? I mean, think about this. In baseball, for the first time ever, we now have every team playing every other team over 162 games.
Yeah.
You want football to go in the opposite direction?
More insular?
Go back to just the National League playing the National League and the American League playing the American League?
Like, that's not what I like about the sport.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's these unique trips that you get to take that are good. And, what about the argument about the recruiting? Now, again, these conferences are becoming so much more national now.
Sure.
That now Nebraska doesn't need to schedule a non-conference game in California because they have 2 California teams in their conference.
Yeah.
I get all that. But to me, and I think it's also important for when you're picking the playoff, because if we're still going to use this hodgepodge of at-large bids and automatic bids, and we're comparing the quality of one team versus another, how are you going to be able to compare the quality of an SEC team versus the quality of a Big Ten team when all the SEC is doing is playing SEC schools and FCS squads, and the Big Ten is doing nothing but playing other Big Ten squads and FCS squads? How are you going to be able to pick that? From a Big Ten perspective and from a Nebraska perspective, you should want more quality non-conference games, because right now, let's face it, Michigan may have won a national title this year, but ain't no one thinking today that the Big Ten is the best football conference in America. Hell no. The SEC still holds that title. And guess what? They're still going to hold that title for a long time to come, probably. I know things typically are cyclical, but I'm not seeing any indication that says the SEC is going to lose their stranglehold on being the best conference.
I think
if we're going to have less cross-pollination data points, guess who that benefits the most? The SEC, because the perception is that league is better.
Tremendous point. I couldn't agree more.
I was just going to make a dumb joke saying I think technically the AFC is the best conference in America.
Wow.
Right
Dave tweets in 3 ways the scheduling toothpaste can be put back in the tube. 1, CFP committee uses a quad win system that devalues FCS wins. 2, TV demands it. 3, fans no show for FCS games. I think the middle option is a great option. And I do wonder if we could see something like that happen. And that's where you start getting into the scheduling agreements that are put on for television. And again, like, I think that we're all talking past each other because I see another comment from Heath. What's great is you'll be able to see Nebraska play those teams if they make the playoff, which they might not make it if they play in the non-conference. I am not viewing this discussion through that lens.
No.
And I will admit that. And I know that that is frustrating for some, but that's not what I care about.
No.
But this is also not a inherently Nebraska discussion. I didn't like it last year that Michigan played nobody in the non-conference. I think that was bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
But you know what I liked? Watching Ohio State play Notre Dame. That was cool. That was great. That is why I like the sport, is to see.
Especially when Ryan Day just yelled at Lou Holtz and called him a dumb old man.
That was pretty funny,
That was
too.
awesome.
It gave us a great meme.
It did.
It gave us a great meme.
Now, yeah, you're gonna want Ryan Day yelling at some obscure FCS coach who's really old?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to see him go
Where's
after
Frank
Lou Holtz?
Solachat? He said we couldn't beat Ohio. We just won 70-10.
That was a really weird moment.
It was very weird.
It was
And then he
not weird. It was totally normal.
He probably went and listened to some problematic music to celebrate, didn't he, Nick? Adam texts into the show. He says, if this is the direction the Big Ten and SEC are going for scheduling, then I'd like to see them set up a Big Ten SEC challenge each year, similar to basketball. Each conference plays 9 league games, 3 non-conference games. One of those non-conference games has to be a crossover. Adam, hell of an idea. I couldn't agree more. I would love that, but we're probably not going to get it.
Probably not.
Probably.
But again, it would behoove the Big Ten not to go away from what they're doing currently because they're not perceived to be the best.
That is honestly maybe one of the best arguments that you could bring up in this discussion. The insularity will help the SEC. I do think it'll also help the Big Ten. It ain't going to help other conferences, though.
Hell
if I were
no.
the ACC or Big 12, I'd be scared as hell that this is going to be the plan.
Absolutely.
Because then everyone will just, Big Ten's tough, right? It's tough.
Exactly.
I mentioned oddities. So an odd number of teams as a playoff idea was discussed today, but not an odd number. 14-team college football playoff was discussed by the management committee at meetings in Dallas, according to Pete Thamel. If that happened, it would begin in 2026. Nothing is imminent, but it's significant. This idea was discussed. John, you're turning up your nose. John, I couldn't agree more. That's gross. 14 teams, more like puke.
Oh, boy.
It's so weird and dumb.
That's the best you could come up with? More like puke?
Mm-hmm.
About 14 broken dreams.
Swear to God, people who run college athletics are the least
Do
intelligent
they know
people
what we
on the
want?
planet.
Do they know what we like? I don't think they do.
I think they like money. And I think
Well, they
that
definitely
think
do like
this
money.
is
Well, they
than
do.
that.
They do, but good grief. Can we
Just go to 16 if you're going to expand beyond 12.
20?
Let's
24.
Can we just try to make something work early on? You know, just can we stick with something for at least for a little bit?
Chance writes, March
See how
Madness
it
is out.
goes.
December derangement is in.
Oh, that chance. You said chance, and I got really worried.
Yeah, the other chance. That's a good idea for the name. Can we coin that on the Grum?
December derangement.
That's
Yep.
what we're going to call the college football playoff now.
Well, but the problem is it bleeds more into January than in December.
Now, that's a great point, John.
More of the playoff rounds will be in January than they will be in December.
Hard to argue with that. Chance, do you have a January
Well, what if we called
jubilation?
it? What if we called it
Jubilee?
winter weirdness?
Winter weirdness. That
Ooh.
fits to man. Derangement is so funny.
I
though.
know.
is.
Is there another good W word?
For winter wackiness.
Yeah, but something that's closer to
I'll
deranged.
find a thesaurus.
Yeah, deranged is so good.
Deranged is good.
Yeah, indeed.
But if you want to call the first round games, which will be at home sites, December derangement, you can.
Your favorite user on
What
Twitter,
about wacko?
Doug, wacky winner. Wacko.
Oh, Doug, white flag, Doug, surrender, Doug.
Stop
Let's just
playing
play
the good games.
Let's play all bad teams and we'll go undefeated, Doug.
Stop playing them. Big Ten and SEC will form their own league soon. Then no non-con anyway. Better games. I know they will, and I'm not excited for it.
Wacko.
No, I'm not excited.
We're an NFL show now. Period.
Yep.
I like Wacko.
I'm not
Winter.
excited for that.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, it's eventually going to get there.
That's the funny thing, and I said it yesterday.
It's all trending in that direction.
What we're hoping for with the non-conference, it's actually going to happen, but not in the way it's like, oh no, not like that. But that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
Sad.
Are we taking a break here and then doing?
Yeah, we're taking a break and then something else and then dumb debates.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yes.
That's what Nick said.
That's what I said.
16-20 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. You know, last night's game at CHI, pretty spicy. And if you want to spice up every game leading up to the tournament in March, Circus Sports Iowa is your app to do it. They offer tight money line splits. They won't limit you for constant winning, so you can just keep going when you're on a roll. And they don't keep as much money on large market bets as other places do, too. Their customer support is also clutch. Circus Sports Iowa has real people that want to help you resolve any real issues that might crop up as soon as they can. No AI, just people. You can email them or you can directly tweet at them. No big deal. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and download your new sportsbook anywhere in the state of Iowa and try it out. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Creighton Sports Update.
It's a big Blue Jay athletic weekend. The Creighton men's tennis team kicks things off on Friday at the Hanscom Tennis Courts as they host Doane at 12:30, followed by the Creighton women against Omaha at 7 p.m. Saturday, women's basketball hosts their pink out game versus Villanova at 11 a.m., followed by men's tennis versus Omaha at 7 p.m. For more information, to purchase tickets, or to follow along on all things Creighton, visit gocreighton.com.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Lanahaw Nurseries has been your dependable full-service source for locally grown trees, plants, and landscape materials. Rooted in tradition, our products and services are consistently ranked best of Omaha in quality and value. From design to install, our experts are here to help bring your landscape vision to life. Start your next project this weekend. Visit us at 192nd and Center, Lanahaw Nurseries, your homegrown headquarters since 1974.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
When it comes to concrete repair, EverLevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you use EverLevel concrete repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with EverLevel is a slam dunk. Call EverLevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Dumb debates. It's coming up just a few minutes. Do you have said thing already?
Yeah.
Okay,
Good job,
good.
Nick.
Greg McDermott was on the CBS Sports Radio today. with
Zach Gelb's
host
show.
Zach Gelb. And certainly there's been some inquiries the last few days regarding Mac's future at Creighton. Here was a quick Q&A between Zach Gelb and Coach Mac you might find interesting.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Never say never.
That's it.
And if I had my choice, I'd end my career at Creighton.
Okay. Well, take that for what you will. Why are you furrowing your brow?
I've said my piece on the show. I think that we need to be paying attention to everything that's going on right now.
Oh,
I think the ear needs to be to the ground. You know, there's a part of me that wonders if at any point soon will we see like the groundwork being laid for something in terms of like a written story that would come out that would lay out some of the things. We saw the same thing happen a couple of years ago, right before the extension. Remember there was a column?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it wouldn't surprise me if we saw something similar, just given this conversation and some of the, just some of the whispers that are going on behind the scenes right now.
What if he goes there and Mitch Ballack coaches
John, thoughts?
Creighton?
John, thoughts?
I mean, I don't.
You
think
did say he's going to be a great coach someday.
You did say that. Those are your words.
I don't think it'll happen that quickly.
Nope, you said it. It happened.
I don't think it'll happen.
John Bishop endorsed it.
I don't think it'll happen that quickly.
Patrick says, sorry, it didn't air over the YouTube.
Sorry.
Yeah, because of the computer. Chance says, couldn't hear it on the stream, assuming a non-denial denial. I mean, not really. He said he was asked the question, and it's nice. I can fast forward here and I can look at they put all the words up on the screen. Do you feel like this is your last stop? Because I know the history with Ohio State, naturally their name gets thrown right at the top of their list with their vacancy. Do you think Creighton is your last stop as a coach? And he said, you never say never. That was how he started the answer. He met with them the last time. He had a tough decision to make. This was back, of course, in 2017. And then he said, I've always said if I had my choice, it would be to end my career at Creighton. So that was what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
Yep.
He said it.
I don't disagree with you. It's, in terms of, putting your ear to the ground and seeing where all the tea leaves fall.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know if it will be something that will be necessarily precipitated. I don't think it's the Ohio State job. Let's put it that way. I don't think it'll be something necessarily precipitated from the outside.
Yes. Couldn't agree with you more, John.
I think if anything is motivated to change, it will be precipitated from the inside. In other words, it won't be a lucrative offer from another institution, but it will be things that happen internally that will determine whether the future continues or whether it changes.
Yes. Couldn't agree with you more. Spot on.
And that's just my read on the situation. I'm not going off of any inside intel. Again, I don't speak to Mac about these things.
Yeah.
I don't like to speak to people that I consider friends about certain personal decisions unless they
come to you.
They initiate the conversation.
Yeah.
And Mac's not going to be the type that will typically initiate that type of a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not working off of any inside intel from that standpoint, if you're wondering. Hey, they won last night. What are we talking about
They
this
did.
for?
People
It was
forget.
Best coach in great history won at 600 game last night.
Blame
Come on.
Gelb. Gelb's boner.
Gelb sounds like kelp.
No, it was a lot.
No, it was a good
It was a
question.
good question by Gelb.
Boner.
Good question. And it was a appropriately phrased answer.
Yeah.
Dumb debates.
Oh, okay.
Let's get to dumb debates.
Because
This is a good
I
buffer
saw
segment.
a tweet today from Big Mr. Sue.
Oh, we've done this before.
Yeah, but Big Mr. Sue is spitting facts. I wanted to share some of those facts to see if it maybe changes your mind.
Okay.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the time-saving traffic center, looks like we're seeing delays on eastbound L Street from 108th to 90th. Also delays on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 60th. Delays on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 72nd. Delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. And then it looks like a slight delay on westbound 370 just before the JFK. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Omaha Transmission.
You've probably heard about Omaha Transmission saving people money. Call Omaha Transmission and see why people have been recommending them for almost 20 years.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a plug.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a plug.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a plug.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a plug.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a plug.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a plug.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a plug.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen or some not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks. Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton? Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the plate. Dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
We've reached that time of the week where we turn things over to you, the friends of the Grum, who send us your dumb debates. And you can send them to us anytime, day or night. Just make sure you use the hashtag dumb debates when you use the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Or email them.
Mm-hmm.
John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Whether you're on the toilet or storming a court, you can send us your dumb debates.
That's true.
Well, I mean, if you're storming a court while sending your dumb debates, you're probably getting trampled.
Jordan writes on YouTube, super salad. Salad. Every time, baby. Caesar salad. Yum, yum, yum.
I like soup. I'm a winter soup guy, though.
It depends on...
I'm a soup in the winter guy. I know.
And I only eat ice cream in the summer.
Yeah, that's
no,
psychotic
I just
behavior,
don't really
Nick.
eat ice cream.
January jamboree
you-
filled with ice cream.
Do you like a nice cold beverage?
Oh,
Yes.
Got him.
You like a nice cold beverage when
Sir,
it's
he got him.
10 degrees below zero?
Yes.
Sir, he got him
They're two
again.
separate things.
Well, yeah, soup, warm on a
Soup
warm day.
is not a warm beverage. Or a
but
cold
it's
beverage.
it's a food item that you can still eat. I mean, you still eat hot foods like fried chicken,
Yes.
pizza, tacos in the summer. Why can't you also have a nice bowl of soup?
I never said I couldn't. I said I just prefer not to. I don't like soup in
I'm
the
going to find his
summer.
girlfriend on the internet. I'm going to message
These
her
are
and
so
say,
weird.
give Nick soup in the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to do this. Make Nick soup,
Soup is
again.
great. Soup is awesome.
By the way,
soup. I'm not anti-soup.
I've suddenly gotten into soup in recent months. I found out that I like the soup that's full of stuff, not just that garbage chicken noodle.
I'm
Well,
not
yeah, I
anti
mean, you gotta have
soup.
stuff in soup.
Yeah, there's got to be stuff in the stuff.
Yeah,
I
there's
love
stuff in the
soup.
soup. That's good.
I just want that to be clear. I love
The answer is
soup.
still, though, salad.
Well, to me, it does
depends on the
depend on the
salad.
mood. It also depends on if I've been to the restaurant before, what the reputation is of either the salad or the soup. For example,
Right, like if there's
you're
maggots
going
in
to
my salad.
Laszlo's and you're not ordering
I
the
don't want
beer
it.
cheese soup, then you shouldn't be allowed it back in this country.
Whoa.
This
Because
country.
because
Deport them?
Yes, we should deport people who don't choose the beer cheese soup
Now,
over the salad.
are you talking-
Because the beer cheese soup is the nectar of the gods.
Are you talking just the 48 or all 50?
All 50.
Okay.
Just because they're not connected to the contiguous 48 doesn't mean that your terrible food takes should still be allowed in Hawaii. Or Alaska.
I don't think I've ever had beer cheese, by the way.
Beer
The
cheese
beer
is great.
cheese soup at Laszlo's is divine.
Before John's really cool Big Mr. Sue dumb debate, another one branching off of this. Today's Chili Day, National Chili Day, I've heard.
Anti.
Is chili a soup?
Yes. Or is it a stew? I don't know.
See, I
It's-
consider it more
Here's
of a
what I
stew.
say.
See, it's-
Take it and pour it into the trash.
Bad take,
Why
Josh.
do you hate chili?
I don't hate it. I just don't want it.
Except that chili I had
It's
that one
so
time.
I just don't want it.
It's so good.
Somebody put carrots in chili once, and that was
Well played.
weird.
No, we
Carrots
don't
don't go in
carrots in
chili.
chili, but it's so good.
Yeah, I just don't want it.
Oh my god.
I'd rather not. I'd rather not.
Oh, like me having soup in the summer.
Well, if
Jeremy,
they had buffalo chicken chili, would you like that?
hell yeah, John, sign me up. Jeremy says
Pepper wouldn't.
ice cream in the summer is soup after a few minutes.
That's
Well,
true.
that is
If You're
true.
eating it outside.
That is true.
Again, I'm not anti-soup. I just prefer not to have soup in the summer. I like soup when it's colder outside.
Severe says, pretty sure beer cheese would make me throw up. Does it taste like beer?
No, it's just
No.
got a
It's a
little
zang.
wang to
Oh,
Yeah.
the wang!
It's a bit
It's got
of a
a little
wang, a bit of a
wang to it.
zang.
John's
By the
wang.
way, now that-
like Merkel's boner.
it. Now that Shafe is of
Boner.
child, does this mean
Yeah.
we'll never do wang nachos again?
No, he said, I'll still hang out.
Yeah, instead of just
Yeah,
the
but
normal.
it's going to be so long.
And that's what I said to him. He says, "No, it won't be." I think that was pre-father.
My children were almost fully grown by the time Wang Nachos started. There's no way we could have done Wang Nachos
when they were young.
Instead of normal nacho topping, it'll just be like Gerber.
Gerber. He
the
is
top of
watching
nachos.
lots of shows right now. He is flying through the shows
He
because
is.
he's sleeping like garbage. I texted him the other night saying, "Hey, how's it going?" And I texted him at a normal time, and I woke up and I had a response from him at 4:30 in the morning. And I said, "Yucky. No, thank you."
I'm glad Twitter didn't exist when my boys were young, because usually if it was my night to get up, I would get up and take either Sam or Christian out to the rocking chair. and inevitably I would get them their bottle and calm them down.
Yeah.
And we would fall asleep in the recliner.
That sounds. What, was it a rocking chair? Or
It was a recliner. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That sounds so peaceful.
That does sound cool.
John, I can't believe you were a father of a child.
Like soup in the winter. It sounds
Talking
cozy.
about.
It's just you being emotional. I imagine John. It's okay, son.
It's not emotional. I'm sleeping.
You'll fall asleep. I love you to death. And then you fall
No, it's
asleep
just
together.
no. You get the kid, you put him in the crook of your arm, you grab the ball, you stuff it in their face,
Stuff
you kick
it?
back on the recliner,
Wow.
you fall.
So-
you say, "Hurry up," and spaz down, you little rugrat, and then you both fall asleep.
All right, never mind. I take back what I said.
You compliment John about being a loving, caring father, and then he just completely 180s to try to be.
Shove the food in their gullet holes.
Toxic masculinity is a problem,
That
John.
is not
For his generation,
that
it certainly
not
is.
toxic masculinity, and America was a better place when we had more toxic men. But
They're still there, John. You
All
just
right.
don't work with two of them.
that's true. You guys need to shower a little more, especially him.
Hey.
All right.
Are we getting to Big Mr. Sue?
Yeah, Big Mr. Sue.
Yay.
Had a Twitter thread. Do you even know what this is about?
No.
Well, you'll probably agree because
He played for the Dolphins.
He did.
Good fact, Nick.
But Sue, Indomitian Sue,
who is a millionaire many times over,
and a business owner.
Yep.
He played at Nebraska when they played hard non-con games.
Nice.
Was explaining the history behind tipping. Tipping at restaurants, for example, or just tipping in general.
Yeah.
And as Big Mr. Sue, who I trust because he's a smart man, and I'd say that to his face, said this all started when
I'd say crash.
When American tourism exploded in Europe. Many travelers thought this was a commendable thing and wanted to bring it back. Unfortunately, it quickly turned into a way for businesses to hire the immigrants and the newly freed slaves that were entering the labor market. They hired for basically nothing and then asked the customers to make up the difference. They tried to make it feel philanthropic. As Big Mr. Sue writes, a lot of people didn't like this, and a few states even outlawed tipping in the early 1900s. But as we know, America is famously pro-business. Once owners got a taste of paying very little and passing on the costs, it was only going to end one way. Those laws were reversed. In 1938, when the Fair Labor Standards Act was passed, which set up minimum wage for many industries, it excluded a few industries, such as food service. Eventually, restaurants were added in 1966, but under this new thing called the tip credit. That means that restaurants only need to pay a percentage of minimum wage as long as the rest can be made up in tips. The federal tipped minimum is $2.13 an hour and hasn't changed since 1996.
That's whack.
He says, Mr. Sue says that's some history. Question is tipping a good thing? In a perfect world, probably not. Is it realistic to think it's going away in the U.S. anytime soon? No.
So what's your question?
Well, the debate has been, and this has been my argument, just pay the restaurant people what they're a living wage.
Whoa. Wow, John, this is a stunner. I never saw this.
We're
from you.
all coming together on this.
I am anti-tipping.
Yes.
Because now it is branched off into many things that aren't. It used to be just food service, like your waiters and waitresses. Now it's like the person behind the counter making your smoothie. Now it's the guy changing your oil, and now it's this, and now it's that, and everyone's
Changing
got a tip
your
jar.
oil. I wouldn't tip that guy.
Just change your own oil.
But you see, that's the whole nonsense about it.
I don't know how to do that.
That's the whole nonsense
show you.
about it. Pay the people what they're supposed to be earning.
Yes, exactly.
And dump tipping.
Couldn't agree with you more.
I know I am of the
No one disagrees with
Nobody
you, though.
disagrees.
There you go.
Yeah.
I am of
Except for the restaurant owners.
I am of the internet, so I've seen a lot of takes from other countries.
Mm.
And they say in Europe, if U.S. customers will try to tip them and they don't know what to do with it.
They say, no.
They say, no, we
And
get
then we
paid
say,
enough to live.
And they say, no.
Like, we get paid enough to both live and go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's an incredible life over there, John.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you.
I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Your bitching about tipping in the past, though, has never been pay the servers more. It's I just don't like doing it.
You know who loves tipping?
It has always been rooted. I have always believed that
Ronald Reagan.
Never made any sense that this one industry is the only one where they can pay people subpar wages, but then expect to be made up for in tips. The argument has always been, well, but it motivates the people to give good service. No, what motivates you to do a good job is to keep your job.
Also,
we don't get tips on this show.
I have enough.
No, if someone wants to Venmo me, feel free.
I have, and I'm sure all of us have enough people in our lives who have worked in food service, and it doesn't matter how good you are to the customers.
Some people are jackasses.
Tight asses are tight asses.
Yep, 100%. Those people are always going to exist.
Some people will still give you a $10 tip on a $200 bill.
Yep, exactly.
Because people suck.
And here you thought we were going to fight over this.
No,
See,
yeah.
Big Mr.
Kinda,
Sue,
yeah.
Big Mr. Sue, very intelligent man. Just don't let him behind the wheel of a sports car.
Definitely don't do that. Big Mr. Sue is a tall man, John. And that reminds me of this dumb debate.
Wasn't he? He's like 6'3", right? So he's not like super
I guess
tall.
that's true. Now, this would be a great question for him because there was a prompt from something called Blinks, spelled with a Y and an X.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, you know this is good.
It sounds like a bad crypto.
So it was add 6 inches to your height. How tall would you be? And this person is verified, so they're just looking for engagement. Well, anyway, Dave, what was the guy from Lincoln? Dave that Jack worked with after you left and stabbed him in the back.
Yeah. I didn't stab him in the back.
You stabbed him in the heart. That's right.
You spit on him and stomped on his
Dave,
grave.
what's that guy's name? Dave.
Oh God, I can't remember.
His
what
name
last
is
name.
Dave Media _Inc. Come on, Dave. Put your last name on the damn Twitter
Yeah,
account.
Dave, what's wrong with you?
Dave, what is this Dave's name?
Put your real name on
He
your
didn't
social
use
media.
his real name on the air.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Well, anyway,
Or his
Dave.
real last name.
So Dave quoted it and said 6'11", no thanks. And there was a response that said, yeah, that sounds lousy except for a few relatively niche situations. Would you rather grow 6 inches taller or shrink by 6 inches? And so Dave Fight said, #dumb debates. So that's the question. Would you rather shrink by 6 or grow by 6? Now, I'm not 6'5" like Dave is.
Right.
So 6 inches for me, I'd be 6'5". Sounds like a normal height. Sign me up.
I'd be 6'4". I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I don't want to be 5'5".
We love
No
our...
offense to the 5'5" listeners.
No offense to the short kings.
Because
that sounds horrible.
Josh spent enough time making fun of Shane back in the day that he doesn't want to get
Bingo!
closer to him. in height. He doesn't
Exact-
want to be within 1.5 feet of Shane's height.
Dave Miller. Thank you, Mike. I don't want to stare at him eyes to eyes. I like looking down on Shane.
I like being able to reach things.
Yeah, it is nice. Bristlebutt, could you get that at the top?
Yeah.
Happy to, dear. Let me reach up and grab it. If I was 6'5", I'd be like, hell yeah. And I'd yam on the hoop.
Yam on the hoop.
Uh-huh.
Would you still be? I don't know if you'd be. See, you runners have
Actually, that would be bad for running. Rats.
Is it a center of gravity
so
thing?
Jumping is bad for running, but just blowing out your knees by pounding it on the pavement isn't bad.
The
for
talls are, it's not good for,
The
for the talls to go for runs. It's actually not because they're just longer and lankier. You know, I'd
And
still
also-
take it.
And also, they're smarter because they realize, you know what? Unless I'm running to something, I don't need to be running.
I would hate to be a tall person and not be interested in basketball, though.
I always think about that. If you're 7 foot, but you hate basketball, it's like, dang, that's pretty worthless. You
Well,
shouldn't be 7 foot.
But think about it. It's a lot of sports are that way. Height is wanted in all sports, most sports.
Be
I
a
should say.
pitcher.
Not pitchers.
Could you imagine a 7-foot pitcher?
Randy Johnson was close to 7 feet, and he killed a bird one time.
I've seen that clip.
With pitchers, you have longer legs. With height, longer legs. That's more leverage. That's more heat on your fastball.
Mm.
That's why you see a lot of
He was a
taller
lefty,
pitchers.
too.
Oh,
Yeah.
love a good lefty thrower.
Right.
Tua.
Oh, we're all in agreement. 2 straight times. I don't like this.
This is weird.
Mm-hmm.
Old man Doug says beer
Eh.
cheese soup is basically heated up cheese whiz thinned with beer. Doug, I don't know where you're going for your beer cheese soup. You're obviously not going to Laszlo's, who makes the nectar of the gods when it comes
Old
to
man
beer
Doug,
cheese
is Cheese Whiz your only reference for cheese? Just in
Beer
general?
cheese soup is
So my younger brother sent this in.
Oh, he's cool.
Quoting Blue Bloods Bias, another blue check mark count that is just trying to get a lot of engagement.
Yeah,
well, we're going to give it to him.
They're about to get some engagement.
Is there a worse list for most iconic teams in college football history than this? And so this is, John, 20 teams, the most iconic teams. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Well, we're all seeing it now if you're watching it on the stream.
All right. So number 1, 2019 LSU. Number 2, 2001 Miami. Number 3, 2008 Florida. Number 4, for some reason, is 2017 Miami.
Oh, I remember them well.
Number 5 is 2006 Boise. Number 6 is 2014 Ohio State. Number 7, 2013 FSU. Number 8, 2007 Appalachian State, an FCS school at the time. Number 9, 2013 Auburn. Number 10, last year's Michigan team. Number 11, 2017 Oklahoma.
Oh, they were great too.
Number 12, 2010 Oregon.
Sure.
Number 13, 2007 Kansas. Number 14, 2023 Colorado.
Dear God.
Iconic, John. Number 15, Scott Frost's 2017 UCF. The only team in Scott Frost's history to go above 500. Number 16, 2012 Notre Dame. That was the Lene Kakua team. Number 17, 2007 Hawaii. Number 18, 2022 TCU. Number 19, 2016 Penn State. And finally, at 20, 2020 Coastal Carolina. This list is garbage.
Oh, yeah. It's garbage for many reasons. One, they've got, there's so many great, memorable teams on that list. Also,
and the best part about memories is making them.
Also, it's obvious that this is a Gen Zer because there's not a team on this list more recent than 2007.
Great point, John.
2001 Miami.
Oh,
2001 Miami.
Which
is actually like a smart inclusion.
As
As
an
one
older
good inclusion.
Gen Z, I was 4 for that.
Yeah.
So I doubt they remember that. The Gen
No,
Zer put this
but Nick, this is most iconic. I can name old iconic teams in college football because that's my job.
Yeah.
You can't put together a list and be like, but I was 4 at the time. That doesn't matter.
First of all, you don't have to go to this much work. College football's most iconic teams. The list only has one team, 1971 Nebraska.
Good call. By the way,
other teams are garbage in comparison.
I like 22 TCU. That was a fun one.
They are not the most iconic.
No?
No. They were fine. They were a cute story. By the way, I was very confused by the inclusion of 2017 Miami. Idiot Blue Bloods Bias has followed up with the folks and says they transcended the college football world with the turnover chain. Yeah. John, the future of society is going to hell.
So you mean what they did was they basically stole the gimmick from women's college softball and brought it to football, thus making them iconic. They stole someone else's gimmick.
A lot of people steal things.
Michael Severe writes, if you were to bring back the hour of hate, what would be your top 3 things you would hate today, and how many would be the unseasonably warm weather?
When he says today, does he mean specifically today?
Yeah, you could.
February 21st.
What do you hate it?
Triggered by today's weather.
You know, Michael, he likes it to be cold and gray and the sun to not be up.
But okay, first of all, it's anything but abysmally hot. It is anything. I mean, dare I say, it's just below room temperature normal out there, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's basically just below room temperature. So is he saying he wants his house to be 32 degrees?
Room temperature kind of depends on the room.
He's talking about, see, again, this is going to Nick's question. He's just talking about in general, February has been way above normal.
Right.
So that's annoying.
But forget about what month it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just concentrate
50-degree
on
day
how
is
it
solid.
feels outside. When you walk outside and you don't need to bundle up.
It's nice. I didn't bring a coat to work.
But you're also not sweating right away when you walk outside. To me,
I'm not
that's
leaving
the start
marks
of a
on
good
this
day.
chair. Oh, look, there's butt sweat again.
Not
I
the
do
butt
that in the
sweat.
summer all the time.
Butt sweat, Josh.
Yeah. Michael has followed up. He says it's unseasonably warm. Average temperature is about 44. It is a bit above.
I understand that. But again, if you're walking outside and it basically feels like it is inside, which I assume most people try to keep their house temperature at a comfortable, livable temperature, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
If you have the
Like
means,
a livable wage.
like a
if you didn't
livable
have to
wage,
tip.
just a livable wage of temperature.
It's a livable wage.
If you're walking outside and it basically feels like it does inside, except that you're outside, that's a good day. Or at least it should be.
Your glasses don't fog up.
Am I right or am I wrong?
No, you're right. I was laughing at a
you're right.
text. I'm sorry. I apologize. Things I hate. My mentions on Twitter over the last 24 hours been pretty annoying, which is
You have done that yourself.
what, for having an opinion? This is America, John. I I wish that the days were like 6 hours longer.
6 hours longer?
It'd be nice to have a little extra time to get some extra sleep and to get some extra things done.
Josh, I've got great news for you. Have you heard of Alaska?
No, not sunlight, Nick. Just I wish days were 30 hours instead of 24.
What the hell?
Because I could get extra sleep and get more things done. There's not enough time in the day.
Maybe you don't need to get as many things done as you need to.
So
don't
busy.
you realize
I'm
if the days
I know that
were
the man
30
would make
hours
us work longer.
Exactly. They would give us more things
A normal
to do.
day would be 12 hours.
So wait, how long would our radio show be? 5 hours?
Well,
Four
I mean,
and a half?
if you're
6 for
adding,
sure.
I mean, so adding another 6 hours would be an extra 25% to the day, right?
So yeah, so we'd add an extra hour to the show.
Yeah.
So it'd be a 5-hour show.
Mhm.
Rats. Just
Yeah,
would like
no
to have
thanks.
more time to
See,
get work done.
Back in the day, shows like this were only 2 hours long. Can you imagine how lazy those people were?
Kevin and Michael, when their show first started, 3 hours. Jeez,
Wow.
3 hours. I could do that while yawning.
I mean,
Yawn.
how lazy is that?
Holy crap, it's been 3 hours.
Yeah,
Josh, where
there
have
we
you
go.
been?
Yeah.
Wow, 3 hours.
Lazy Gen Xers.
I sure remember when the show expanded to 4 hours and how terrible it was going to be.
Oh
and
my gosh.
Kevin was curled up in the fetal position.
Wow. And Michael was probably literally asleep.
Meanwhile, Michael was actually happy because that's less time I have to spend around my family.
Then he gets to wear a shirt.
He could afford it because he worked that extra hour because he
did.
definitely got a 25 raise for all that
Oh,
work.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
I'm sure he did.
By the way, Eric texted, I'm 5'7". I'd kill all three of you to be 6 foot. Eric's coming for us, John. He's going to saw off our bones.
Hey, I said I like short kings.
Wait, killing us isn't going to make you taller.
Kill those two.
Maybe he's thinking this is a wish with a genie.
Or no, maybe he's going to
Kill all three and you'll be 6'3".
He's going to
Yeah, but
kill
that's a
us and take our
conditional
shin
wish.
bones.
I don't
Yeah, he's
believe
going to
wishes-
saw off our bones and staple them to his legs.
Staple. Use glue. It'll be better.
It's not going to work very well that way.
I don't really hate a whole lot right now, honestly. It'd be nice if the Cowboys would win a freaking Super Bowl for once.
You know what? I do hate the weather today. You know why? Because
'Cause of
it's
the
beautiful and I can't go outside and tickle the chains.
Okay. That is not something to hate, Nick.
I hate that I can't tickle chains
Oh my
because
God.
I'm here.
Well, while we're on the subject
Real
of
quick, Andy says it's AM radio from 6A to 14B.
yeah, see that doesn't
nomenclature-
roll off the tongue.
It wouldn't be as good.
It doesn't work.
Yeah. That'd be 15 hours of local radio every day, plus after hours, which would have to expand to 3 hours. That's
would.
a lot of radio
That's
shows.
a lot of radio. There's no
Imagine
way
that
we have
place
that
in
many
Lincoln.
takes.
They could have like 40 shows a day.
Or other places within the city.
Coming up next, the third string point guard has his own talk show.
NIL, ain't it the best?
Let's open up the phone line. Wait, never mind. Speaking of temperature, Declan writes, how old does someone have to be for you to adjust the heating or AC setting at your home for that person? In other words, what is just like we have a minimum age to drive,
I'll
we
cut
have a
off their
minimum
hands.
age to smoke, we have a minimum age to drink. What should be the minimum age for being allowed to adjust the thermostat in the house?
Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like if my grandma's over, am I turning up the heat because she's old and brittle? Is that what you're asking? Are
No,
you
I
saying
believe Declan is asking what's the minimum age that you're
minimum
allowed to
age.
set the temperature in the home?
my parents would say I'm never allowed to because I always would be like, can we turn it down? I'm a little warm during the summer. And they'd say no.
See, my rule, my personal rule, if you're the homeowner or owners, then that's your call and not the call of anybody else.
Yeah. So I think the answer, I mean, it depends. I really do. I tell people when they house sit for us, I say, hey, if you are too cold or too hot, feel free. I am not going to get mad because I would
And
hope that
you're
they would
going to pay my bill.
I would hope they would extend the same courtesy to me because I do that when I house it. I turn the temperature to what I want it to be.
Do they specify that you can?
I just do it.
Oh,
Hopefully it's okay.
Do you turn it
I'm
back
the
before
one
they come
watching
back?
their dogs. Yes.
Oh, so you're deceiving them.
I just do it at night. Only when I go to sleep. Only when I go to sleep. I don't like a warm room.
Get a fan.
I don't house sit, so that's not a problem.
Must be
Wow,
nice.
Mr. Homeowner doesn't house sit.
Yeah, unreal,
Well,
man.
why would I house sit?
Because someone is like, hey, could you watch my dogs?
So sometimes
no
there
one asked no
John,
one's ever asked me to watch the dog.
sometimes there are these things people have relationships with other people. They're called friends.
Yeah, I have friends, and my friends don't have me watching their dog.
Tough look. Could you house it for us?
I'm sorry, they don't trust you with their dogs.
John, you want to house it for us when we're going to Eugene? You'd be in Omaha, thus closer to the show.
Oh, you gonna hang out with Mr. Banks.
And you could sleep in our bed.
You want to sleep in Josh's marriage bed? Marital bed?
Boy.
It's a normal bed, John, and comfortable. There's a TV in our room and everything.
A TV?
I'm sure it's
could read some of my books.
I'm sure it's comfortable. It just depends on how crusty the sheets are.
Not crusty because we wash them, John. Once a week.
Yeah, but
Ooh, dumb debate.
some of those stains don't come out very easily.
We have new sheets, actually. We just got them. They're very comfortable.
Wow. Mr. Sheet Owner. Must be nice.
Crap, they are white sheets after all.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Really? Tell me more about your white sheets.
They're very, I lay on them, and that's the only thing I do.
Oh, no, this is not good. This is really not good.
You know what? Those folks have to sleep too, and they're laying on sheets.
I keep thinking of that scene from Django. It's like, my wife worked on that, cutting holes in these sheets.
I was thinking of the same scene, Nick. Thinking of the same ones. Jordan, I'm not going to read what you said.
Josh and white sheets.
Other Jordan writes, if you want longer days, just move to Venus. One day on Venus lasts 5,832 hours. Why didn't I think of that?
It's also about that temperature. You're going to need a thermostat for Venus.
You definitely are. It's hot on Venus.
Hey, Michael, guess what abnormally warm on Venus is?
Did you
Not
know?
Good for you.
Fun fact. The Soviet Union put a probe on Venus, and it lasted about 5 minutes.
Oh, tough luck for the Soviets.
What a bunch of idiots. No wonder communism failed. Hey, we're going to launch a probe into a planet at temperatures 1,000 degrees. I'm sure this will be fine.
USSR's boner.
USSR's boner.
I think they had a few of those.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the first one was becoming communist.
Jordan wants to know, does
Wow,
John
you wanted to keep the monarchy, John.
Does John just leave his pets to fend for themselves when they go on a trip? Yeah, what the hell do you do with your pets?
Well, Wrigley usually goes to. We take her to like the Kenneling, or actually, there's a woman that like watches pets. So she goes to another person's
pet sitter.
She goes to another person's house.
Oh, okay.
A pet sitter. Yes.
Yeah, she goes to it. She goes to stay with another person's.
Make your kids do it. That's what kids are for. They're old enough.
Well, seriously, whenever my parents have a dog, it's like, can you come over and watch? Though to be fair, they do the same thing for us. So. Wow.
And that was dumb debates.
Hell, yes, it was.
It was pretty dumb. I mean, it started out with a lot of agreement, and then it got really dumb after that.
It got wild. Okay. Let's read some comments real fast.
Oh, boy.
Travis writes, leave it to Nick to talk about a Soviet probing boner. And Happer's meme guy says, the probe lasted 5 minutes. Teach me your ways, probe.
That's a good probe.
Oh.
Shout out to that probe. And we got pictures of Venus. Want to see the probe pictures?
Probe pictures. Wow. What a show.
Mike says, I love you guys trashing your boss's old station.
What do you mean? What are you trashing?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Just talking about shows with 40 shows a day. I don't know.
Hey, everyone. The Water Boy has his own show. Part of his NIL deal.
I mean, he did get a movie.
Wow, he did, Nick.
He did, and I was looking for that today. I'm a little disappointed that after
streaming?
Creighton's big win, speaking of the Water Boy,
said.
Creighton's #1 fan, Adam Sandler, did not send out a congratulatory.
Adam, what are you doing?
Where the hell were you?
Tweet at
Adam?
him, John. Tweet at him.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to guilt him into celebrating. He should want to do it naturally. Just kind of hoping for a little acclamation from Adam Sandler,
the Sandman,
our most famous fan.
Trey Day says even if it's 34:01 o'clock and 7,500,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's still AM radio.
Frickin' Alderaan, man.
Oh, it's so hot up there.
Alderaan doesn't exist anymore.
Poor Severe.
It's
Venus
cold.
is too warm for him up there. Too warm.
Put me on Pluto, damn it.
Oh, Michael would love Pluto. He'd be a huge fan. It's like Alaska in space.
Space Alaska. Come to Pluto. It's Alaska in space.
Bingo.
We need to make a travel
cold
poster.
as crap.
Oh, it really is, man. It really is.
Can someone make us a Pluto travel poster?
Well, guess what? The service at the Popeyes on Pluto still sucks.
It'll take a full Pluto rotation around the sun before
I just
you get
looked
your
that up,
order.
Nick. That's 248 years.
Yeah.
It's a long rotation.
If you look up the history of Popeyes, that's why they were founded on Pluto. Well, this seems like a perfectly acceptable time to wait for food.
It's fast.
All their chicken is made on Pluto, and they have to ship it here.
Send it to the world.
I mean, really, would it shock you? That's why the chicken's so small. All right. Got more coming
Damn
up on
Plutonian
1620
chicken.
The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
How come we can't zipper merge? We as us old heads, we like to bash the kids.
We do.
That they have no idea what they're doing. They know how to storm a court successfully and not get injured.
Yeah, not make it chaotic.
But in this town, we are god awful with zipper merging.
Yeah, we are.
And it's getting worse. Learn from the kids, ladies and gentlemen. We can be better. They taught us in Lincoln, and they taught us last night in Omaha. I'm done. That's my TED Talk.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Light winds and a lot of sunshine today, but we're having clouds start to filter in for your Wednesday night. And we're going to start warm tomorrow morning, a temperature near 40 degrees. Clouds will be there, but they're going to decrease throughout the day tomorrow, and we're going to hit a high near 58 degrees with a little bit of a breeze as well. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the time-saving traffic center, looks like we're seeing some delays on westbound Dodge between 72nd and 90th, also between 680 and 120th on westbound Dodge. Delays on westbound Industrial Road between 144th and 156th. Delays on eastbound L Street between I-80 and 96th, and then delays on eastbound I-80 between 90th and 77th. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Sometimes life throws you a curveball and you need a solution fast. A solution to help you make payroll, to save your house, to keep growing, or fund a startup, to fix a roof or other major repair. Saul's is your fast, local, confidential solution. Get the cash you need today with Saul's.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... Exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Taking care of ourselves goes beyond exercise, eating right, and living a healthy lifestyle. Age is inevitable, but the effects of aging don't have to be. Hair loss, loss of libido or ED, anxiety, worsening mood. If you're checking off one or more of these, there's a place to go for simple, low-key solutions. Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
So he's got it. He's got the man's junk in his hands.
The 1620 The Zone.
If you missed it earlier in the Grum, in fact, very early in the Grum, Mitch Ballack joined us, former Creighton star and now graduate assistant, talked about last night's big win. And, you know, after a win like this, and we'll be doing this tomorrow, I'm sure, for the Nebraska basketball team, but we need to see what my buddy Bart has to say about things.
Bart Torvis.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Holy God. Oh, wow.
Last night's win.
Nice update on the graphic, by the way. Monday.
Did you like that?
I like it.
Did you like that?
Thank you.
So when we last did this on Monday, Creighton was on the 4 seed line in Bart's projected NCAA tournament. Now remember, when Bart projects the tournament, he is projecting the rest of the season. So this isn't his snapshot of if the tournament were today, this is what the bracket would be. He is using the current results and projecting to the end of the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Monday, Creighton was a 4 seed. Today, they're on the 2 seed line.
Ooh, whoa.
That's a jump, my friends.
Yes, it is.
I mean, they just jumped over Kansas and said, bye-bye, Billy Self. They jumped over Duke and said, bye-bye, guy who's not Mike Krzyzewski. They jumped over Illinois saying, ha, you're Big Ten. You shouldn't even be in this tournament. You guys never win anything.
Boom,
and they
roasted.
are right there behind Marquette.
Right there. Can I ask a question?
Shirley Muldowney.
So in the second, or in the first column after the conferences is the net column, and they have a ranking there of 7. Whereas actually they're ranked 9th right now. Is that a projection also?
Yeah, it's a projection, yes. That is a projection.
Wow, a 2 seed, John. Can you imagine Creighton a 2 seed? That'd be their highest seed ever.
That would be their highest seed ever.
What's their highest seed ever? 3? Or was it 4?
Yeah. Now, wait, did they put out a bracket in COVID?
They did not. They decided not to.
That's right.
Yeah, they were going
That's
to,
right.
but they decided everyone would have been mad.
People
they're
would have been triggered.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, but the popular consensus was they would have been a 2 seed.
Okay, so this would be the highest because the
Yes,
highest currently
yes.
is 4, right?
Yes.
They've been a 4 seed. Interesting.
Current net is at 9.
9.
And the remaining games, St. John's Quad 1 this weekend, Sunday morning, 11 a.m. Omaha time. So make sure you go to early church or Saturday night church.
Easy like Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Seton Hall Quad 2, the Marquette Villanova Quad 1 games.
Wow.
But now a projected record of 22-9 and a 13-7 record in the Big East and a 2 seed.
Where do the folks have them going now? Where is the bracketology? Like
the bracket matrix is always a couple of days behind. So
let's see what Joe Lenardi. Now, I guess Joe Lenardi's is before last night. Joe, what are you doing?
yeah, a lot of the. I mean, everyone's got their own pattern. Once we get closer to the tournament, they'll be updating them more regularly. But everyone's got their own deal. So
These guys need to be better at being of brackets.
Yeah, yesterday he had him in Spokane. Do you have a place where you want to go? Like if opponents aren't like just locale, because the locations are Indy, Memphis, Salt Lake, Charlotte.
Let's go one by one here. Indy, no, not because I don't like Indy, but been there, done that.
Okay, Brooklyn.
We're in New York.
So
would
no.
have been just in New York.
Spokane.
Been there once.
Okay,
that'd be that's on the list.
Pittsburgh.
I've never been to Pittsburgh.
It's awesome. Pittsburgh's pretty cool.
You can see a pirate.
I heard from somebody though was not impressed with Pittsburgh in terms of running a tournament.
Okay. Well, that's important for you. Charlotte.
We were just there, what, 5, 6
There's a lot of disc golf.
Obviously, you can't go to Omaha.
No.
Indy. Did we say Indy?
Yeah,
yet?
you said Indy. I said been there, done that.
I didn't say Memphis, right? Or I did say Memphis. Did I say Memphis?
You didn't say Memphis.
And then one more after that. Memphis.
You can see the Bass Pro Shops pyramid.
You can. I've been there.
I've seen it.
I would say either Spokane or Memphis.
What about Salt Lake? See, that's where I would choose. I really want to go to Salt Lake.
You can go to a jazz game.
When Creighton was last in the NIT, we went to BYU, so we were in Salt Lake.
Okay.
And
so you've been there. So it seems that Memphis or Spokane is the pick for you?
Yeah, and I've actually been to both of those. Pittsburgh's the only city on that map or on that list I've not been to.
Okay. So there you go.
So maybe I would pick Pittsburgh.
You can give John some nice travel tips.
I like Pittsburgh. It's driving actually into Pittsburgh is a very cool experience because you go through the mountain and then you come out and there's the city.
You're like, oh.
I don't remember who said it, but someone said the city, it's like the only city that makes an entrance. It's really, really cool.
I know it's the Appalachian, right?
I think that's what that area is.
So I know that they're there, but I never think about Pittsburgh being right next to them. But I guess it makes sense because why wouldn't it be?
Theo says, who will you guys support if the Skurs and Jays both make the tourney? John, who will you support?
Yeah, John.
What kind of a question is that?
It's Theo. This is Nick's lackey. This is the guy that always says Nick is the best, even when Nick is literally not the best. This is that guy.
I mean, I appreciate your support.
I don't understand why.
John,
these
you, the
questions
voice
are
of the
so-
Jays. Who will you be supporting, do you think, in the tournament?
Pretty sure I'll be supporting and calling games for Creighton, yes.
Let's see. Zach has emailed in the updated bracket from Lenardi. And Creighton is now a 4 seed still in the West region, but it doesn't say where they're going. Nebraska is a last 4 buys team, by the way. So there you go.
Well, we'll certainly have an update tomorrow based on the results of tonight. And you better hope that Dave Bartu is wrong.
Yes. Or Dave Barry.
Or Dave. Yeah, you better hope Dave Barry is right and Dave Bartu is wrong.
I can't wait for the Big Bart the Big Bart reaction, but I do like the Big Bart Blue Jay Blast. It's a fun name. It sounds like a drink that you would have at a party.
It definitely does.
It actually does.
Sounds like something McKendry would order.
Or
probably something better than you can get at Taco Bell.
Or like something they would no thing exists. Something they would advertise in the early 2000s on a Nickelodeon. Get your Big Bart Berry Blast.
It does actually. Nick, you're spot on this.
Coming up in content. Tom Brady may have been cheated on by that Giselle, or maybe it's Giselle.
Wow. I think you got it.
Giselle.
Her.
Also, the Royals. At least it'll be easier for Denny to see which team he's calling because their uniforms might be getting a little bit different not in a good way.
Okay.
Also, we're going to find out if Josh and Super 70 Sports will be shaking hands.
Oh, I'd spit on that man before I would shake his hand.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Woodhouse Hyundai offers a streamlined car buying experience tailored to you. With the most versatile lineup of sedans and SUVs like the Hyundai Elantra or Santa Fe. Plus, your choice of standard engines, plug-in hybrid, or fully electric vehicles. And when you shop Woodhouse Hyundai, you can rest easy with Hyundai Shopper Assurance, America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Start your deal online at woodhousehyundai.com today. Browse our inventory, personalize your payments, apply for financing, and more. Convenience delivered every time. This is Woodhouse Hyundai. Right now, lease the 2024 Hyundai Kona SE for $199 per month for 36 months and 10,000 miles per year. With approved credit, tax, title, license extra. First payment $2,999 down plus $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/24. See dealer for details.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Meet Cheryl. Hey, she's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do we got?
Earlier this season, UConn used a corn in a graphic to spell out win when they beat Creighton. The Jays did so last night in response to the Huskies. Slide. Slide. John, where's my slide?
Oh, hang on. I'm moving around.
There
Here
it
we
is.
go.
There it is.
Of course, this is all one giant callback to a tweet from a few years ago from the Huskies showing their players in cornfields. John, as someone that's really good at graphics and that doesn't get triggered by the use of corn to discuss our city, what are your thoughts on all of this?
Again, I am never offended when people try to insult us by calling us farmers. This is where the food is. We grow the food. It's what this state is based on.
And some states have better corn.
Agriculture.
I thought the corn that we grow in Nebraska, we give to animals. We don't even eat it ourselves. Isn't that true? Have you seen this?
Iowa's corn is for ethanol.
Most corn these days is for ethanol and corn
gas
syrup
is
and all
going
the
up
other
again.
stuff.
Yeah,
I
I saw
noticed
that. I
that.
think
Thanks a
gas
lot,
is
Biden
funny.
inflation. No, I'm not offended. It's just it makes you look dumb when you imply that all Omaha is cornfields. But if you want to do that, go right ahead. At least our land is being used for something productive instead of yours, which is just rolling hills with nothing there.
This
And
land is
crabs.
your
You don't
land.
do anything.
This our land is our land. From
Got a bunch of-
California
That's actually a protest song. That's an anti-America song.
to the New York Islands. Sing louder, John. Da-da-da-na-na-na. I think it's funny, but I also like making fun of UConn for thinking Omaha's one giant cornfield because I'm not a moron idiot.
Good point.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Without being biased, John, who's going to be the number one overall seed in the NCAA tournament?
I still think it's going to be Connecticut.
I think it's going to be Houston now. I think Houston is going to be the team that I picked to win it all in the NCAA tournament. That's going to be my bit, and when I'm right, I'm going to say that I'm the college basketball expert and you're not. But I think it's going to be Houston. Yeah.
Texas?
They are in Texas.
Nice.
They are of Texas, yes.
Despite the fact that the Ravens had one of the best run games in the NFL, they are betting favorites to land Derrick Henry in free agency. Good idea or nah?
I don't hate the idea. It really depends, John, on the cost of Derrick Henry. I honestly hope that the Cowboys kick the tires on him, assuming that he is relatively affordable. I think he has some tread left on those tires that you will have kicked. So I don't hate it. It's cost. What kind of cost are we discussing?
1,100 yards last season.
Not bad.
12 touchdowns. Now he's 30 years old, which is kind of that magic point where things start to drop off. Yeah, I think the cost is going to be a big say in all of this. And my guess is you're going to get him at a pretty decently low price if you play your cards right.
Yes. Nice. On Tuesday, Notre Dame announced that they too would be in the EA Sports College Football 25. Do the nervous Nellies about this game need to stop wetting the bed? Is all well?
I'll admit I am not keen to the drama regarding said video game, so I didn't know this was a thing where people panicked that Notre Dame wasn't going to be in it.
A year ago, somewhat recently, relatively recently, Notre Dame was a holdout. Basically, when they were first getting the schools and everybody on board, Notre Dame was like, nah.
The host of the show that will air after us tonight, he's long had a theory that the game actually won't come out and they'll keep postponing it for the rest of time.
I've come around, by the way.
Because of Notre Dame?
Just because they've postponed it before. So he was a little skeptical.
What does this have to do with the Irish?
Well, Notre Dame was one of the teams that apparently was not going to be in the video game, but now they are, and that's obviously a big deal. You want all the teams in the video game.
What if this means they're going to join the Big Ten?
Now these lazy Gen Zers who won't even bother to get up to go to the bathroom and can continue wetting their gaming chairs.
You don't have to wet your gaming chair if you have a bottle next to you, guys. It's not that hard.
Normal. Very normal things.
That's pretty talented if you can do number 2 in a bottle.
Oh, man. Code Brown.
Well, that's the bucket.
Oh, the bucket.
Man, Nick's room's got to be stanky.
Well, we already
Given he
figured.
doesn't shower and he poops in a bucket in his bedroom.
And doesn't clean out the cobwebs because he thinks every day is Halloween.
Nick's boner.
I'm an adult.
Nick's
The bucket's in my living room.
No, classic.
Don't
By
sleep
the
where
way,
you
it's harder
poop.
to fill the bottle with Nick's boner.
That is
Sources close to one Thomas Brady say that ex-wife Giselle Bündchen, I've never been able to pronounce her.
Bündchen.
I've
She's
never...
German, Nick. Bündchen.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
That's just
You
where
pronounced it very well,
Exactly.
Josh.
Just
I
because
took
she's from
German
there.
class,
Just
Nick.
because she's from there.
Interesting.
I like to say the words that they say it, the culture, Anyway, can we get back to the question,
Yeah,
Nick?
please get to the question.
Bündchen.
Didn't start dating her new boy toy.
Joaquim Valente.
Thank you.
Wow, Nick.
Last June, until last
Gen Z
June,
was
but actually,
in on, multiculturalism.
Me too.
His name's
I
Bob
want a
Smith. I can't say it.
jalapeno for dinner.
just one.
You're up rice.
Just a single
Can I get a
jalapeno.
jalapeno with some jalapenos?
Only for my quesadillas.
Oh, this question's gone in a way we never expected.
No wonder he goes to Taco Bell, the least Mexican restaurant that ever
It's
existed.
Tex-Mex.
Yeah, hard to argue with
Anyway,
that, John.
Tom Brady's ex,
Yeah, boy
allegedly,
toy.
was 2 years earlier when Tom and Giselle were still married, hooking up.
Yeah.
Of course, Tom is just fine. He's dating another supermodel, so first world problems. Am I right?
This is rather interesting that Tom's people are now saying, actually, they were dating when Tom and Giselle were still a thing. Kind of funny that they're now correcting
I'm not mad.
them
You're mad. Stop saying I'm mad.
on the timeline. But my question is this. Is it possible? Is Tom Brady capable of dating anybody who's not a supermodel?
No, he's Tom Brady. You know how?
But not every attractive woman is a supermodel or someone. I mean, is there something about the supermodel world that is attractive to Tom Brady?
Probably the way they look and the way their bodies feel in his hands. Probably.
I mean,
right?
To me, that would be a mistake to assume that, or as we have called a mistake, a boner.
Yes, Tom Brady's boner.
Boner means mistake.
It does.
It does.
We're teaching the youth of America something.
We haven't talked about this at all today. But last night, the Jays were short home dog. Tonight, the Huskers are a short road favorite.
Not anymore, actually.
Oh, they're dog now?
They're dog now.
The Huskers were a short road favorite at one point.
Yeah.
Do you like the Skurs or the Hoosiers?
I've already said if Nebraska's going to break this road schneid, they're going to do it in a big way. My prediction, Nebraska by 10 to 15 points.
Man, I feel like every time I've said Nebraska would do X, they do Y. When I say they do Y, they do X. I think that I got the last prediction right in content, though. Give me Nebraska tonight. Tonight is the night where people finally believe that they're going to the tournament. They're doing it, Nick.
Too bad we don't do bet of the day anymore.
I mean, there's been quite a few people that have believed that anyway.
But now everybody will believe it.
Oh, there'll still be a few hangers on. I mean, it is Nebraska ball fans.
Those people can
They
shove
ultimately, think the world's ending on a daily basis.
That's true.
Good news!
Yeah.
Convenience store chain QT, that stands for Quick Trip, and the Royals are teaming up to fight illiteracy.
That's awesome!
Bad news! The Royals now have a giant QT patch on their uniforms. It's red. They're colors that aren't. Is this a good trade-off?
I think it looks cool.
No, it does not look
I
cool.
like red with blue. It looks fun.
You know what it looks like? It looks like everyone at QT decided, hey, let's dress up as our favorite Royal Day. And because, most people outside of Bobby Witt Jr., they don't know who any of the Royals are. They just automatically assume they're convenience store employees.
It does look a little tacky.
It's very tacky.
But we like fighting illiteracy.
I think
Nick could be their first subject.
You know what?
I need help.
We could do that by not having their patch on a jersey.
Dare we say?
Why don't just every Royal that comes to the plate just announce to the crowd, hey, everybody, help teach others how to read. Sponsored by QT, and then they start their at-bat. That's a good compromise without having to wear these ugly patches.
Dare we call this the Royals boner?
I like this picture, by the way, because it looks real corny.
Why is one, by the way, on the left arm and the other are on the right arm?
That would be so Royals that not only do they add the uniform patch,
bad.
but they put it on both sleeves.
That would be horrible. Or it's mismatched, and some have it on a left and some have it on a right.
Josh,
Nick,
you're a millennial with a bad sense of humor who hates Super 70s sports on Twitter.
Okay, one of those things is true.
But can even you get a chuckle out of this tweet showing a marquee in front of a church?
So the tweet, there's a marquee attached to a church that says, Jesus, 6 o'clock parking lot. To which Super 70 Sports writes, is Jesus going to fight somebody? That's funny.
It's fine.
That's funny because it looks like it's
fine.
It looks like it's Jesus saying, Jesus, 6 o'clock parking lot.
No, John, we get the joke.
Yeah, you don't have to
It's
explain
fine.
the joke.
It's a
You're
fine
making
joke.
the joke worse, actually. The more you explain it, the worse the jokes get. So now it's not funny at all.
Okay,
Yeah,
stop.
what are you, me?
Stop.
It's fine. Solid. Now, as always, with Super 70 Sport, that is a current picture probably, and that he is moving away from the bit.
Again, Dak Prescott does not rope steers. He might be a Dallas Cowboy, but he's not a cowboy.
What does that have to do? Oh, I see what you mean.
You always take, you and Stibbs always took Super 70 Sports literally like the only thing he could comment on were sports from the 70s.
That's the name of the thing.
That's
You're
just
gonna
his name. Just like the name of the Dallas Cowboys is just a name. It doesn't mean that their players and owner are roping cattle.
When he first started the website or the Twitter, it was all about the 70s. And then he stopped talking about the 70s. Horrible human being.
You don't know this for a fact. He's always been talking about old things.
Man, remember, and now new things. Remember when someone hacked into his account and he was like, I missed my password. And he looked like such a goober. Oh, that was a better day.
Remember when Scott Frost's account got hacked?
Yes, I do. The MacBooks for sale.
It's a shame we didn't get more out of that. He
Yeah.
could have shared the DMs. You could have been famous.
Oh, man. Sorry that I don't like Super 70 Sports.
He's still funny.
I mean, it was a solid joke.
He's still
it was
funny to me.
It was a fine joke, John. It just wasn't like guffaw.
Yeah.
No, I
It wasn't like Vern Lundquist.
Oh, God.
That's how he would laugh.
By the way, quick aside about Vern Lundquist. So last night, Bill Raftery was on the call with Kevin on the Fox broadcast.
Yeah.
Bill comes into the arena. Kevin and I are standing there. We're talking before, hour or so before tip off, and Raft comes in.
Don't brag much.
And he's staying at the hotel across the street.
Mm-hmm.
And he says one of the traffic cops who's helping, direct traffic and get people across the street stopped him and said, "Love your work, Vern." Thought he was Vern.
Can't wait to see you on your final
Uncle
Masters
Vern.
this year.
And Rav says, the funny part is that's the second time that's happened to me this season.
Oh,
there are people that think he's Vern Lundquist.
Wow. That's, I don't know how you would think that.
Is that a tough
either.
look?
No, it's not. It's not. Vern's a great guy.
They look way different.
But they're different
way
people.
different.
Way different
Sizes,
people.
shapes, hair.
Who's that a tougher look for? Probably. the
Honestly, they're
people.
both great.
Yeah, they're both great.
Yeah.
They're both legends in their field. They're
Vern
both,
Lundquist has voice like butter. Great
I like,
voice.
I like butter.
Great voice.
and they're both excellent gentlemen, great human beings. It's not an insult, but it's just funny that,
Yeah,
he said, "Hey, how you doing?"
During the commercial, you can search both these people and you'll see why this is such a wild mischaracterization.
So I was joking with Raph saying, well, I look forward to seeing you at your last Masters this April on CBS.
Mm.
You know what? You know what he should do just to fool these people who think he is when they go to the 16th green, the 16th tower,
Mhm.
Raph should be the guy
That would
he
be
should open
awesome.
the segment saying, "Yeah, I'm here at the 16th."
That would be awesome. And then a few of us would get the joke, but the
Yeah,
rest of the
that's
country
true.
would be
Most
very
of the people
confused.
would be very confused, saying, "Hey, why is the March Madness guy on the Masters?"
And we'd be laughing.
Bring back the bikini wax guy. What's for dinner? And we'll wrap up the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
You can find pizza anywhere, And when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
At Sid Dillon Chevrolet, we want you to have the best car buying experience possible. Shop Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group or at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
Meet Cheryl. Hey, she's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
I hated that whole segment as much as you did.
16-20.
The Zone. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, last night I was in the middle of dining on my bacon cheeseburgers. We had a cheeseburger bar, bacon cheeseburger bar last night at the
Did you get me a cookie?
the old ball cart. No.
Damn it, John.
I mean, there was a mob scene on the floor, and it was chaos. All of a sudden, I get a text. From Rob Anderson saying, "Oh, Mac's on his way to your seat to do the pregame interview." When I left from courtside, I always walk under the bowels of the arena. Mac always parks right inside the door, so I see when Mac has arrived. As I was going back to the media room, which is not that far a walk from the court, there was no Mac to be found. So this guy must have barreled in at 90 miles an hour.
Barrel-chested, banging his chest.
Ran all the way back to the locker room, dumped all his stuff, and then ran back out to the courtside seat because I couldn't have been back there any more than 5 minutes.
So were you stuffing your face with burgers? Hey, Mac.
No, but I walk out. I actually had to throw away half my burger. I still had a little bit of a cookie left.
Waste.
And I'm walking back towards the seat, finishing my cookie, and Mac looks back because he knows where I'm coming from. He just throws his hands out as if to say, "Where you been, jerk store?"
I think you need to throw away half your food every game before the game now. Bye.
Remember, no matter how you live,